sit.
Yes, you can sit right here. Good morning. I'm Lisa Collins, a fellow in the Office of the Korea Chair at CSIS. I would like to welcome you to 2016 ROK U.S Strategic Forum. Before we get started this morning, I would like to tell you about our building safety precautions. While we do not expect any emergencies to happen, as a convener for this event, we have a duty to prepare for any eventuality. I and the CSIS staff will serve as your responsible safety officers for this event. Please follow our instructions should the need arise. I would like to remind you about our emergency exits, which are through the glass doors and down the main steps here in the front, and there's also a stairway to the next to the elevator over to the left. Next, I would like to introduce our two distinguished speakers, Ambassador Lee Shi-hung and Ambassador Richard Armitage. Ambassador Lee is the president of the Korea Foundation. He has had a distinguished career as a diplomat serving in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He last served as ambassador and permanent representative of Korea to the OECD and deputy minister for trade before his retirement from the ministry in February 2006. We welcome Ambassador Lee and express our thanks to the Korea Foundation for co-hosting this event. Ambassador Armitage was the 13th U.S. Deputy Secretary of State from 2001 to 2005. He is currently president of Armitage International and a CSIS trustee. He has also had a distinguished career serving in various roles in the State Department and also the Department of Defense. We will start with remarks from Ambassador Lee and then go to our Ambassador Armitage. Thank you. Ambassador Lee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, His Excellency Ambassador Richard Armitage, the Honorable Han Seung-ju, the Honorable Yoon Young-kwan, the Ambassador Mark Lippert, the Ambassador An Ho-young. There are many familiar faces here, but I have to save time for your discussion later. Well, I have a few faces from Korean side who used to be my direct boss, former Minister Yoon Young-kwan and former Trade Minister Kim Jong-un, who I worked for some years. Well, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. On behalf of the Korea Foundation, it is my great honor and privilege to co-host the Korea-U.S. Strategic Forum in partnership with the CSIS here in Washington, D.C. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your participation in this gathering, despite your busy year-end schedule. Special thanks go to those who came from outside of Washington, D.C., and especially from Seoul together with me. Well, today I'm privileged to have here Ambassador Richard Armitage, former U.S. Deputy Secretary of State and board member of the CSIS, to open the forum as the representative of the U.S. side. I'm also honored to have Honorable Han Seung-ju, former Foreign Minister of Korea, to offer his insights with the presentation of keynote speech. I'm also appreciative that Ambassador Christopher Hill will share his thoughts as another keynote speaker. And I am indeed very much delighted to have the ambassadors Mark Lippert and An Ho-young here with us as well. Well, it is most gratifying that the Korea Foundation, throughout its 25 years of history, has made close friends with leading figures of major institutes in Washington, D.C. Over the years, we have supported the research activities of several prominent institutes here. I'm sure that our work in collaboration with those institutes has significantly contributed to the making of Korea-U.S. alliance today. Our working relationship with the CSIS is a good example of the value of cooperative endeavors. The CSIS research projects invariably attract the keen attention of scholars and policymakers in Korea. And this has all been made possible through the dedicated effort of Dr. Victor Cha, the Korea chair at the CSIS, and his research staff. Well, several months ago, when the Korea Foundation considered the formation of a new partnership for this forum, the CSIS and Victor were a natural choice. And we are thus confident that today's Korea-U.S. Strategic Forum will be as productive as ever at this critical time of transition. Since becoming the president of the Korea Foundation, I have attended a number of this kind of forum gatherings, which the Korea Foundation organized in partnership with leading institutes of Korea's partner countries, including China and Japan. During our recent forum in Japan, the journalists and scholars of the two countries had good sessions on bilateral exchange of people and culture, but with regard to comfort women issue or China, they were not necessarily of the same view. On the other hand, at a gathering in China, friendly discussion often developed into fierce debate over sensitive issues such as North Korea nuclear program and missile defense system on Korean soil. Well, at some points, the Japanese participants would ask us, are you with China or with Japan? While the Chinese inquired about, are you with America or with China? Well, posing such a blunt questions may not be possible between the official representatives, but it may happen between the non-governmental policy experts. Of course, I personally don't like to be in such an awkward situation, but providing a venue for candid and productive exchange of views is the main purpose of the forum that the Korea Foundation organizes. Certainly, Koreans will not be asked today by the U.S. colleagues which side Korea belongs to. This feeling of self-assuredness must come from my belief that Korea-U.S. alliance is that much strong. The Foundation and the CSIS agreed to schedule this year's forum for some time after the U.S. election so that the participants might have some idea about the policy direction of the incoming administration. From the Korean perspective, I believe this is a sense of positive expectation together with certain anxiety in regard to new administration's policy strategy toward East Asia and the Korean Peninsula in particular. Above all, at this critical time of change, I'm hopeful that this forum provides a timely guidance to the U.S. and Korean policymakers on the key issues of their mutual interest and concern. By the conclusion of tomorrow's session, I expect the Korean participants have better perspective of the new U.S. administration's policy direction, while the U.S. participants better understand the expectations Koreans have toward the new president and his administration. Well, finally, I would like to express my sincere appreciations to the CSIS for all its hard work in making this forum possible. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ambassador Lee, Ambassador Hill, Ambassador Lippert, Ambassador Ahn, and of course, our old friend, Foreign Minister Han Seung-jo. Welcome to you all, a special welcome to our VIPs, and a special thanks for those who've traveled here from Seoul. This is a time of some dislocation in Seoul, and generally, at least here, if there's some dislocation at home, people tend to stay near the flagpole. Make sure they don't miss anything. So I'm doubly grateful for those of you who traveled here. And I'm grateful to Victor Cha for giving me the opportunity to stand in for Dr. John Hamre this morning. He's our real landlord here in partnership for this meeting with the Korea Foundation. And as a board member, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to welcome you. It occurs to me that this upcoming year, the Rooster, is going to be really something. We're already seeing the beginnings of it. You see it in Seoul. We have some real questions surrounding the direction of our own country and Asia and elsewhere with the new administration. Prime Minister John Key resigned today, and we'll find out who follows him on the 12th of December. Mr. Duterte's leadership in the Philippines opened some real question marks. We've got the 19th Party Congress in Beijing in the fall. All in all, there's a hell of a lot going on in Asia. There's always something going on, but I think this year the rooster is really going to, in ways we can't even foresee, challenge us. So today in this joint CSIS Korea Foundation two-day meeting, we're going to be discussing, obviously, the challenge of the DPRK. We're going to be discussing U.S. ROK relations. We're going to be discussing how we can revitalize our energy ties, our economic ties, our trade ties. And God knows there ought to be, because of our excess of shale gas and our now ability to export, we ought to be able to come up with a plan that induces and instills confidence in Seoul that they have a steady and dependable supply of product. This should not be beyond the ken of us. We're also going to be talking about the nuclear program of the DPRK, be talking about their capabilities to include missiles, and we're going to be talking about sanctions. So I want to make 2 points here, if I may, in these short remarks. The first is, given the recent UN Security Council sanctions, unanimous sanctions on the DPRK, it is inconceivable to me that China didn't understand that these would be followed by unilateral sanctions by certainly the United States and I suspect several others. So the question that I'm putting before you is whether this signals any sign, real sign, in change in the attitude of the People's Republic of China. Are they finally fed up? Second observation on sanctions is that it is beyond my belief that Kim Jong-un won't respond in some way to the imposition of these sanctions, whether it's another nuclear test or whether it's a missile test. I don't know, but it's incomprehensible again to me that he would not respond in some way if you follow the way that he has acted up to this point. The last point I'd like to make is a bit of confession. I want to self-confess. I, like some of the others around here, for years, spent a lot of time talking about, no, we don't really want regime change in North Korea. We just want a changed regime. We want their behavior changed, but we're not looking to interfere with the leadership of the DPRK. I no longer hold that view. The only way, in my view, that North Korea can be dissuaded from their present path is by a regime change. And I'd be very interested in maybe perhaps in the closed session, there wouldn't be some real discussion about how to bring this about. In my experience, dealing with North Korea, 2 things have made an impression on them. One was the Human Rights Security Council resolution and, by the way, the very excellent discussion that was held here at CSIS on the North Korean human rights program, and our interference in the finances of North Korea in the Macau Bank. So I would be personally gratified if we would have, during the course of the next 2 days, a good discussion. So let me close with, again, thanks to the Korea Foundation and to CSIS and, for hosting us, and many thanks to all of you for attending. Thank you.
Please bear with us for a few minutes while we make a transition to our next panel of speakers. I'd like to invite Ambassador An Ho-young and Ambassador Mark Lippert to the stage. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce the 2 highest officials charged with managing the U.S. ROK alliance on a daily basis, Ambassador An Ho-young and Ambassador Mark Lippert. Ambassador An is Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the United States. He previously served as the first Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Ambassador to Belgium, and head of the Korean mission to the European Union. He has a very long, distinguished diplomatic career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Mark Lippert is the United States Ambassador to the Republic of Korea since 2014. He previously held senior positions in the Department of Defense and was also the Deputy Assistant to the President and the Chief of Staff of the National Security Council. Please welcome these two distinguished guests. We'll start with remarks from Ambassador An first. Okay. Ambassador Lippert first. Yes, yes.
Do you want me to speak from the podium?
It's up to you.
Okay, yeah, I'll do the podium. I have some notes. Try to be relatively short. Well, good morning, everybody. Good to see so many familiar faces here. And when Victor, mentioned this, I think over drinks, maybe I was in my third drink in Seoul. He said, we're putting a little something together in Washington. Will you come back? Well, this little something together is really a spectacular conference. And really kudos to CSIS, kudos to the Korea Foundation for putting together a well-timed, substantive, really, I would say, high-level dialogue with full of an all-star cast. So really appreciate it, Victor, and the invitation. And good to see my good friend, Ambassador An, here. When we do things in Seoul, he goes first. When we do things in the U.S., I go first. So we're going to do that today. I'm going to try to tick through in about 5 minutes 3 quick things. And I'll just give you the bottom line up front. First, really taking stock of where we are. Second, highlight some opportunities for future cooperation. And third, talk a little bit about some mechanisms to promote change and manage conflict within the alliance. So first, let me just get right to the bottom line up front. Because of the last 60 years, because of the strong recent bipartisan work on the alliance from both the Bush and Obama administration, the alliance is in really good shape today. Second point, there are a lot of opportunities, even Deputy Secretary Armitage mentioned just a few that are among my favorites, energy, for potential growth, potential cooperation to take the alliance to the next level over the coming years. And third, I think this is an undertold story of the alliance, that there are really now mature, I would say, dynamic mechanisms to manage change, which you want to promote in an alliance to keep it modern, and at the same time manage friction, which is natural between two countries that are separate sovereign entities. So there are strong mechanisms. So let me just start with the first point, strong bipartisan foundation. After 8 years, the Obama administration building on some good work of the Bush administration. Notice, Victor, I said some good work, I'm joking. The alliance is functioning well across all 4 traditional pillars of the alliance: security, economy, the global partnership, and people to people. We've added the new frontiers, cyber, and that's really a focus on 5 key areas: cyberspace, energy, environment, and global health. And the bottom line here is today you see a popular, problem-solving, and an alliance that is increasingly able to handle complex challenges, not just on the peninsula, not just in the region, but around the world. Quick survey of some of the highlights across the 4 pillars. On security, the capabilities on conventional forces have risen dramatically, and more capability gaps have been filled. On DPRK policy, thanks to new consultative mechanisms, especially the Deputy Secretary Cho Tae-young mechanism, there is very tight alignment and coordination on DPRK policy. Trilateral relationship between Korea, Japan, and the United States is stronger. And beyond Asia, our security cooperation has increased multiple times over. On the economy, chorus implementation, I would argue, is strong. When I first took this job, there were big implementation issues. Cross-flow of data, rules of origin, automobiles, to name a few. More work to be done, but let's just say the big issues have been solved or are on their way to being solved towards what I would call an equilibrium, where there's going to be problems, there's going to be conflict, but the bandwidth or the sine waves look like other free trade agreements. In a time, the second point on the economy, in a time when Korea needs investment, we've always had a pretty strong trading relationship. Investment is something that I would argue the Korean economy needs more now than ever. The U.S. is the #1 investor in Korea, and this is up 52% from last year. And then on trade, coming back to that, the volume is up. 2012, we were at $130 billion. Today, we're at $150 billion. On the third pillar, global partnership, I won't spend a lot of time other than to say the issue set's expanding. Counter-piracy, counterterrorism, refugees, non-proliferation, AID, COICA, development cooperation. If we're doing it, the Koreans are there with us in increasing strength, and that's something that is really has changed dramatically over the last 25 years. And finally, on people to people, look, I could spend a lot of time on this, but look, there's more interest in Korea from the United States. The number of U.S. students studying in Korea is up. The Koreans per capita are the highest number of students studying at universities here in the United States. And that's not insignificant, especially because of the cost factor of universities as well. So all good news on the 4 pillars. And then finally, on the new frontiers, on these 5 key areas. On space, we've signed the first legally binding space framework agreement with an Asian country. Cyber, the first Blue House-White House coordination mechanism, and a myriad of cooperation across other sectors, public and private. Environment, INDC, HFC, green energy, a lot of growth initiatives there. Energy, Rich Armitage stole my thunder, but condensate policy change, export ban, a lot of opportunities on both fossil fuels and green energy as well. And on global health, Ebola, MERS, Global Health Security Initiative, all of those have been areas of robust cooperation. So look, foundation is strong. Let me pivot to opportunities for cooperation. On security, obviously both sides will want to talk early in the next administration about DPRK, but the sanctions, the posture moves that have been made really leave, I think, a lot of room for growth and really leave the DPRK situation in as good a shape as you can to make changes and to respond to the challenges it is. I don't want to understate the challenges that exist, but what I'm saying is that there is a pretty strong foundation on which to build. Also on the defense side, I think there can be much more cooperation on countering asymmetric capabilities of DPRK, which they will increasingly rely, cyber, missile defense, undersea warfare, special operations. There's lots of room for cooperation there. And continue to fill more traditional capability gaps. That's another area where I think we can still work together as well. We should deepen the conversation on extended deterrence, capitalizing on the work already done late in the Obama administration. And of course, reunification and human rights conversations and action will be also paramount and provide a real opportunity. On the economy, really the Minister Moti outlined real alignment in a policy vision last week. And I'll just try to cobble together a little bit about what he said and some of the opportunities that I see as well. But let me just quickly say that, one, finishing Chorus implementation will be key. Beyond Chorus, many of the same sectors that we thought Chorus would unlock growth in are still stifled by regulations that are inconsistent with international standards, that aren't as fair, transparent, or predictable as they could be. That is an area where we can work together and have common cause to try to unlock more growth in both of our economies. There's customs issues, audits, taxes. That's an area where I think also on the economic side, there's opportunities for cooperation that will unlock more investment into Korea. And then finally, on the economic areas, working together in multilateral fora to promote common rules of the road, both in the multilateral fora, as I just mentioned, but also in capitals that are key that both countries would like to see more market access, more penetration, and standard rules of the road that we all are accustomed to dealing with. On sectors, again, energy is key. I think it will be a huge area of opportunity. Korea imports 97% of its energy. U.S. obviously has a huge stockpile of energy with the crude oil export ban, the condensate, Korean refinery capacity, interest by the state of Alaska. There are real opportunities on the energy front. 1, 2, 3, we have the ability to take our nuclear cooperation to the next level. Westinghouse was just in Korea celebrating all the good work it's done over several decades there, and a lot of green opportunities. Minister Ju mentioned infrastructure. I would add to that list artificial intelligence, cyber, space, S&T, huge upside potential. And again, continue the strong gains of U.S. services and agriculture in Korea, I think is another opportunity. Let me just make, in the interest of time, the final point I would make just on building on these opportunities, building on the foundation. I would essentially say that come to the third point, which is, look, there are a lot of mechanisms that exist now in the relationship, in the alliance, that can promote change and manage friction. And to that end, I would recommend avoid reopening old agreements and issues, and use these mechanisms to drive the change and to meet the future challenges that the alliance will face. Some of these mechanisms that really don't get a lot of attention, but are the SCM, MCM, obviously, that provide robust security cooperation. The Special Measures Agreement on burden sharing is a mechanism we use once every 5 years to calculate the costs. On DPRK policy, I mentioned the Deputy National Security and Advisor and the Deputy Secretary mechanism have been very effective. On trilateral coordination, the trilateral Vice Foreign Ministers mechanism has worked extremely well, and that's worth continuing on. On the high-level 1, 2, 3, the high-level commission to manage conversations on civil nuclear cooperation, that's another mechanism. I won't go through all of them, but look, needless to say, and I'll just end on the chorus point, that these mechanisms plus the mechanisms that were set up under chorus have managed conflict, have managed dispute, I think, incredibly well, and they provide windows and opportunities to drive further change. So with that, let me just end on saying strong foundation again, good areas for potential growth for the alliance into the 21st century, and finally, strong, dynamic, and vibrant mechanisms to manage the change, to promote the change, and also manage the conflict within the alliance. So let me stop there. Thanks.
Mark.
Good?
Wow.
There you go.
Wow, what a job. Well, good morning. Let's wake up. Good morning. You can do something better than that. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. Well, as a matter of fact, what we just heard from Ambassador Lippert, what he said was that when you get together in Seoul, then I go first, and then come Lippert. And then when you get together in Washington, D.C., he goes first, and then I come later than that. But at the same time, it is not only just a protocol, there is something more profound. Why I always like to speak after Ambassador Lippert, because he says all the sensible things. What do? I just endorse whatever he says. So that, in fact, was the reason when I just came in, I told Mark, let's just switch it. You go first, right? And it's working fine this morning. But you heard him. There is very little I could be adding to what we have already heard from Ambassador Lippert. On his first point, that is to say 60 years of relationship between Korea and the United States, that of course is a big picture. Big picture. I mean, we are here today on December 5th, 2016. And then, of course, we are saying the relations between Korea and the United States, it has been never stronger than today. But at the same time, how did it come here? It is through all those efforts we have made over the past 60 years. And I think maybe this is one of the better times that we should be thinking about this big picture. Why? Because we are in the middle of transition. Maybe transition is a good time that we should be thinking about the big picture. And what is the big picture? As Ambassador Lippert has already said, 60 years of work, and then out of 60 years of work, then of course we have never been as strong as we are today between Korea and the United States. But at the same time, let me propose just to extend the scope a little bit larger, which is what is the meaning of bilateral relations between Korea and the United States as we put it in the context of 70 years of what we went through since the end of World War II, 70 years of peace and prosperity. I have to say, unique period of peace and prosperity, especially when we compare it with 5,000 years of human history, which preceded those 70 years. And then you would agree with me that, in fact, has been an exceptional period of peace and prosperity, and then there must be a good reason. And then one of them, of course, would be all the security infrastructure we built, all the economic structure we built, all the diplomatic structure we built. But at the same time, Korea-U.S. alliance, that has been part of the global architecture. That's what I thought about the first point made by Ambassador Lippert. The second point that Ambassador Lippert made, which is that, well, we are proud about what we went through over the past 60 years. But at the same time, what is important is what we do today and what we do tomorrow. That was what Ambassador Lippert said. And once again, I totally agree with him. And then the thing is, well, I keep on saying, the relations between Korea and United States has never been close as today. But at the same time, complacency is the last thing we want. We came here through hard efforts. And then, as a matter of fact, when I say hard efforts, then there are a large number of you I see in front of you. And then I have to say my former bosses, large number of my former bosses. But at the same time, I look at Lippert, what he has done over the past 3 years. It is, in fact, accumulation of all those efforts we have made over the past 6 years. And then, as we move ahead, we should remind ourselves once again, complacency is the last thing we want. We cannot take it for granted. But at the same time, I'm confident if we just keep on working, then the coming 60 years would be as a solid partnership between Korea and United States as we have experienced over the past 60 years. Why am I so confident about that? Let us just think about the common strategic goals we have. Let us think about all these achievements we have made. But at the same time, let us just think about the common values we share between Korea and the United States. Democracy, human rights, rule of law, transparency. And I think they remind me once again about what we share, the depth as well as the scope of what we share between Korea and the United States, and make me confident that with the hard efforts, then we can just keep on strengthening and widening relations between Korea and the United States. The last third point that Ambassador Lippert made, he emphasized the importance of mechanism. Once again, I wholeheartedly endorse what Ambassador Lippert said. And then, of course, he went through many of those new institutions as well as existing institutions that we have between Korea and the United States. And I think maybe it should be to the credit of Mark as well as to the credit of the Korean Embassy that in the past 4 years, we established scores, let me emphasize, scores of new institutions between Korea and the United States in various different areas. And then Ambassador Lippert just mentioned about the new institutions we set up at vice ministerial level. At that level, there are no less than 6 of them. And then one of them, of course, is strategic dialogue on North Korean issue. Another is extended deterrence dialogue, which is being held in the 2+2 format. And what we mean by the 2+2 format is that Foreign Ministry and then Minister of National Defense from Korea and Department of State and Department of Defense from the United States. There is 2+2 dialogue on extended deterrence. And extended deterrence, there is about nuclear umbrella. And then another very important vice ministerial channel would be 2+2 dialogue on defense technology. And then the list goes on and on and on. At least 6 of them at vice ministerial level. And then when I share them with my diplomatic colleagues here in town, they just yawn. Did you set up all those institutions within 4 years? And my answer is, yes, we did. So that, in fact, is what came up in my mind as I listened to Ambassador Lippert. But once again, thank you so much. And both Ambassador Lippert and I are just thanking CSIS as well as Korea Foundation for this very timely get-together. And definitely, these efforts will help us to tide over this exciting period called transition and then continue to further strengthen relations between Korea and the United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador An and Ambassador Lippert, for those insightful remarks. We'll now transition to our next panel. I'd like to have Professor Han Seung-ju, Ambassador Christopher Hill, and Dr. Victor Cha come to the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ambassadors Lippert and An. The your description of what has been accomplished in the alliance, I feel like we can just go home now. I feel like we've covered everything. But I want to also thank President Lee Hsien and Deputy Secretary Armitage for offering our welcoming remarks this morning, and then for Ambassadors Ahn and Lippert for giving us a great overview of what has happened in the alliance over the past few years. It's really quite an impressive record. And special thanks to Mark and our friends from Korea for coming all this way to join us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, uncertainty is generally a variable that governments and policymakers do not like. Uncertainty can raise suspicions, it can heighten mistrust, uncertainty can cause miscalculation. But uncertainty is plentiful around us and the peninsula as we meet today. In South Korea, the motion to impeach the president will most likely be voted on this week. If President Park is forced to leave the Blue House, there will be a power vacuum. On the other hand, if Park survives the current crisis, her ability to execute policy will be severely hampered, thereby still leaving a power vacuum. In North Korea, Kim Jong-un celebrates his 5-year anniversary this week, but without any more transparency about the regime's intentions, nor about the stability of his rule. In the United States, we have speculation over the president-elect's policies towards the Korean Peninsula. Will President Trump press allies like South Korea to carry a larger burden? Will he seek direct negotiations with North Korea, put the responsibility in China's hands, or advocate that South Korea and Japan go nuclear? 3 positions that have been enumerated in the course of his campaign. And how will the Trump presidency react to the likelihood that North Korea may demonstrate an ability to reach the west coast of the United States with a nuclear ICBM during his term of office? Uncertainty may be bad for policymakers, but it is great for think tanks. And thankfully, as your moderator this morning, I will not have to answer any of these questions. However, my 2 friends on the stage will. I want to welcome Han Sung-ju, former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Kim Young-sam government, Ambassador to the United States for President Roh Moo-hyun, and Professor of Political Science at Korea University. Also, my mentor, when I was a graduate student at Columbia, I took a course with Professor Han Sung-ju when he was a visiting professor at Columbia, and it was during that class that I realized I wanted to do a PhD, so I'm very thankful for that. Sitting next to Foreign Minister Han is another good friend, Ambassador Christopher Hill. Chris is currently Dean of the Korbel School of International Affairs at Denver University, where he has been doing well what deans do, which is to raise money and to build buildings. But this audience will know him best for his illustrious career in the State Department, where he was ambassador to not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 countries: Korea, Poland, Iraq, and Macedonia. And of course, he served as Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia under Secretary Rice, where he led the negotiations for the 6-party talks. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. I hate to put you on the spot about all of this uncertainty, but we want your opinions on these things. So let me start with Foreign Minister Han. With a new administration coming into power in the United States and a major political crisis that continues in South Korea, the U.S. ROK alliance could face many uncertainties in the near future. What do you believe will be the most pressing alliance issue the U.S. and South Korean administrations will have to face in 2017, and what steps can be taken to address these issues?
Well, thank you, Victor. Talking about transition, I can think of 30 years ago when at Columbia University I used to quiz Victor in orals. Now he's quizzing me about policies. That's quite a transition, I would say. I would say, predictably this time, the issues would be obviously North Korean nuclear weapons, and secondly, the management of the alliance. We, meaning the United States and South Korea don't really seem to have, or it's not likely to have a roadmap or strategy established and agreed upon anytime soon because of the uncertainty, unpredictability, and transitional nature of the period. And the threat is growing, and the means to deal with it are also getting limited. And we are finding that all the means that we have employed have not been very effective. And so it will require very close consultation, I would say, of the kind that we used to have 25 years ago, back in 1993, between the United States and South Korea, which was more like brainstorming than negotiation between different parties, as it was between the United States and South Korea back in the early 2000s, between the the first term of the Clinton administration and Roh Moo-hyun administration, in which I served as ambassador to Washington. The alliance issue is obviously, as we heard from Ambassadors Lippert and Ambassador An, it is in a very good shape right now. But I'm reminded of the period when I served as ambassador. I was sent to Korea, to Washington, only because the expectation at that time was that the relationship, management of our alliance was going to be very difficult. And it is quite possible that we may end up with governments with different views on the alliance, on the threat of North Korea, on the measures to take regarding the North Korean threat, in addition to the issue of cost of the defense and alliance itself. So this is going to be an issue that we have to pay attention and deal with in the coming months.
Right, thank you. Chris, the U.S. and South Korea are set to renegotiate the Special Measures Agreement in 2017. President-elect Trump has said he wanted allies to pay more. What do you think how do you think this will play out? I mean, this is most likely to be the first, most visible issue that the two allies will have to deal with within the context of the alliance outside of North Korea. We'll get to a discussion of North Korea, but outside of North Korea, with your experience as foreign ambassador, assistant secretary, how do you think the two countries should handle this?
Well, I think this comes under the category of alliance management. And having served a lot in European countries and understanding some of the similar issues in NATO, I suspect that to the extent the Trump administration really wants to address burden sharing as a kind of pillar, and it did talk about, the president-elect talked about that a lot in the campaign, I suspect you're really going to feel the effect of that more in Europe than in East Asia. And the reason I say that is I think when you look closely at what Korea has done in terms of sharing these military costs, and if you look at what Japan has done, I think these two countries have a pretty good story to tell. So I'm not in a position right now to sort of talk about what changes there might be in this, or whether the Trump administration, because it made this a major issue in the campaign, is going to be looking to put additional pressure, let's say, on South Korea. I think the issue is the Koreans and the Japanese will have the opportunity to tell the new team, whoever that new team is, what they've done and what they need to do. I think what's very important, though, as Ambassador Han suggested, is we have a lot of things going on in Korea. We have really a web of relationships between the U.S. and Korea. I think it's hard for Americans to understand Korean politics right now, but I suspect some Koreans are having a little trouble understanding American politics. But I think we understand each other's policies. We have a good sense of what we're looking for. And I think increasingly Korea is a global country in that it thinks globally, may act locally, but thinks globally. And I think some of the trends in U.S. political life are present in a number of countries, and I think that kind of helps inform how we're going to go forward together. But I agree with you that special measures will be an issue. There will be a number of issues on the military side, but I think we're also going to have to work together on how we see the China relationship, and I'll reserve comments like that until we get to the North Korea section.
Okay, well, why don't we actually move to the North Korea section. Foreign Minister Han, your experience as foreign minister, as an ambassador, you have dealt with both engagement and hardline approaches towards North Korea. What approach do you think will be most effective for dealing with the North Korea problem as it is today and in 2017? And what about in the next 2 to 5 years when North Korea is expected to develop technology that can reach the United States? How should the U.S. and the South Koreans deal with this?
Well, when I was here as ambassador, I used to attend in the summit meetings between the U.S. and South Korean presidents. And each time, President Bush would say, "I'm sorry, Mr. President Nomuhyun, but for us, the United States, the Iranian issue is more serious and important than the North Korean nuclear issue." To hear that, I don't think Mr. Nomuhyun was either sorry or unhappy, because he was afraid that President Bush would be much more hard-pushing. Now, that means the North Korean issue was somewhat put aside, but in any case, you had hardline presidents, softline presidents, middle-line presidents. President Bush moved from hardline to softline. Maybe my colleagues, Victor and Chris, has something to do with his evolution.
Just don't call us soft line.
It doesn't work in Washington.
Really, it's not a nice thing to say except about your pillow. So,
I didn't say anything about soft line associated with you.
yeah.
Anyway, President Obama started out as with moderate line, and then he moved to somewhat hard line.
Yeah.
The only president who was more consistent in this regard was actually President Clinton, who was on a somewhat moderate side, and yet he was willing to negotiate. He favored negotiated settlement, and at the same time showing a robust posture in military aspect. Unfortunately, none of these variations have been effective. I personally think, as a good Asian, the middle road would be the best road. I don't know if it will be an effective one or most effective one or not, but that is the way to go. I see in the United States there are basically three strands of thought with changing weight or influence. One favors a dialogue, moderating the conditions that the United States and South Korea put upon any future negotiation with North Korea. The second one emphasizes, second strand emphasizes sanctions. The third line, in fact, talks about some kind of military measures. And I think the best argument that I can find is the notion that we have to put all the options on the table and not to be extreme, but at the same time have a good mixture of these methods.
Right. Thank you. Chris, also on North Korea. So the North Korean threat has often been prioritized at the beginning of each new U.S. administration, but then it is usually sidelined by other pressing world issues. Do you think we're going to follow the same script for the Trump administration? Do you think it will prioritize and then sideline the North Korea issue? And over the weekend, actually, Chris was on the news and on TV quite a bit talking about the issue about the phone call with the president of Taiwan. And President-elect Trump said that Tsai Ing-wen called him. So my question to you is, if Kim Jong-un called President Trump, would you advise him to take the call?
No. But let me start with the point, is this issue likely to go away as the months roll by of the new administration? And I think in the past, somebody once said that there are no good options on North Korea. Victor, do you remember who said that?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Anyway, when you said that, you made, I think, a very important point. There are no good options. And often when there are no good options for doing things, you kind of come up with slogans. And I think one of the recent slogans we heard was this idea of patience. But just saying patience sounds a little too Chinese. So you have to put something in front of patience to make patience sound like it's very wise. And so you come up with strategic patience. Well, I don't think we're going to hear the term strategic patience in the next 4 years. I think the idea of strategic patience is essentially to sort of wait out the situation because you've got nothing else to do. I think what will happen is, first of all, this testing program that the North Koreans have been engaged in, this is not an effort to get our attention. This is not an effort to somehow provoke us or rattle us. This is a military testing program. We've seen time and time again, when their missiles fail, they put up another missile and try again. If their nuclear test doesn't quite have the yield, they have another nuclear test. This is a military program. And as this military program goes forward, it is clear that it is going forward for one purpose, that is to put a deliverable nuclear weapon, which they claim to actually have a design for now, and to put it on top of a missile. So whereas President Trump could say, well, if only President Obama had not engaged in strategic patience, we could have done something about this, but now we can't. I don't think after a couple of months of 2017, and certainly not into 2018 or 2019, that President Trump is going to be able to blame President Obama for the fact that the North Koreans are developing, or maybe by that time have developed, a nuclear weapon, a deliverable nuclear weapon. And so if I'm President Trump, I also don't want to go to 2020 and have to run a campaign on the basis that I allowed North Korea to become a nuclear weapon state. So in answer to your question, I don't think this can be the same old, same old. I think there needs to be a much more robust set of policies aimed at stopping it. So the question is, do such things exist? Is there a way to stop this? Now, some people have said, well, we just have to accept the reality. It's a nuclear weapons state. We accepted the reality of Pakistan. Why not North Korea? I would argue to you that for us to say that it's okay for North Korea in the context of its neighborhood to be a nuclear weapon state, that somehow that's okay, is not acceptable. And I know that this administration would not consider that acceptable, and I hope nobody of sound mind would consider it acceptable. So I think we need a set of policies, and what are they? The first is, I think, a close relationship with the ROK. To go back to your previous question, do we really want to go into this special measures issue, burden sharing, to have all kinds of problems with the ROK, when what we really need is a close relationship with the ROK on North Korea and some other issues? Do we really want burden sharing to crowd that out? I don't think so. So I think that good relationship means we need to kind of clear the decks of some of these problems, and I hope we will clear the decks on special measures. I think we need to, as the ROK goes to a new administration, we need to make sure that that works. I always remember back in, I think back in 2000, we had a situation where the ROK was kind of going left and we were going right. And it was kind of hard to get the relationship back together, and yet we managed then, and I think we need to manage now, even though the ROK will also go into terra incognito with a new government. The second thing is we need to work together with the ROK on a China relationship. I am not saying we can outsource North Korea to China, but I'm saying you will not have a solution in North Korea that does not involve China in some way. And yet, if the U.S. goes to China on its own, or if the ROK goes to China on its own, I think we just create more problems than we solve. So it will be very important for ROK and the new U.S. administration to have a deep dive on how we're going to deal with China. So that's kind of point two, make sure we're good to go in terms of dealing with China. Point three is our things that are already happening, but we do need to protect the ROK. We can protect the ROK pursuant to our alliance. We can protect the ROK by saying that if North Korea ever fired a missile at ROK, we'd turn North Korea into a parking lot. Nice thing to say, and I hope it's true, but I think what we would really need to do is to continue to thicken up missile defense, whether it's THAAD or some other system. Now, there are a lot of people who are concerned that THAAD might not work, that it's kind of new technology. I understand that point, but I think if the ROK people ever got the impression that the U.S. was kind of holding back and not putting the best stuff we can in the field, I don't think that would be good for the relationship. So I think we have to have a very robust defensive posture to make sure that any kind of firing of a missile would be responded to very first defensively and then through other means. I think fourthly, we have to keep working on the sanctions program. There's been a lot of good news about coming out of New York about how the Chinese are interpreting this. In fact, some of the details. Victor, during our time, we never had sanctions legislation that was as robust as it is today. And I think we have Kim Jong-un to thank for that because of his terrible relationship with China. So I think we've got to work on that. Fifth, I think we need to, through various organizations within our governments, look at whether there are means to slow down the development of their program through direct means. We've seen some of that in Iran. That is something we ought to think about and just brainstorm on to see whether there's something that can be done there. And so I think when you look at all these things, when I say we, I don't mean we, the United States. I mean we, the ROK and the U.S. And so when Ambassador Lippert talks about this panoply of relationships that we have, it is vital that this administration continues that.
Great, thank you. Chris, you touched on China, so let us move to China then. Yeah. Foreign Minister Han, to solve the North Korea problem, some experts believe that President-elect Trump may try to entice China with a grand bargain of some sort. Do you think that's the case? What would such a bargain look like? And how would the South Korean government feel about that?
Well, as a matter of general principle or phenomenon, I think middle-level countries like Korea would not like to see whatever bargain, grand bargain or small bargain between big powers over the head of the countries that are directly concerned. But depending upon what bargain there is, it might be a palatable one, except that I can't think of any such bargain at this point. If the bargain involves some kind of increasing Chinese influence in Asia for U.S. commercial interests, I don't think that is something that would be welcomed or quite liked by either South Korea or countries like Japan. What can the United States give other than maybe President Trump can give to China in regard to the North Korean nuclear issue? I can't think of anything that would be worthwhile for China, and what can China do in return? There was a proposal advanced by a prominent journalist in South Korea, Mr. Kim Myung-hee, the grand journalist of 중앙일보, who said, we can exchange the deployment of THAAD in return for China's more active and successful effort to curb North Korean nuclear weapons. Inasmuch as THAAD is necessary because of nuclear weapons, if that can be assured, that is the kind of deal that might be acceptable, but it is not a deal that is not realistic and something that I think China or the United States can accept or would like to prefer. So I think this idea of a grand bargain is not really realistic. It is quite possible that without the idea of this deal up front, the incoming president in the United States may want to try some kind of negotiation with China and North Korea as well on what they would like to have in return for stopping their nuclear program.
Chris, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Korea Foundation President Lee and I have something in common, which is we served in Poland, right, where all the world's wisdom starts. And anyone who's been to Poland knows the Polish expression referring to some of their 18th century travails, nic o nas bez nas, meaning nothing about us without us. And so I think if the U.S. has some ideas of what a broader arrangement could be with China in exchange for ridding us of this problem, nuclear problem in North Korea, it has to be a three-way agreement. And that means, for example, I can imagine China wanting to say, okay, America, you must put in writing or some kind of international instrument that there will be no U.S. troops on the Korean Peninsula or no U.S. troops north of 38th parallel. You know, it's worth talking about, but it involves Korean sovereignty. And therefore, if Korea wants to take the position together with the United States that we would limit the presence of U.S. troops north of the 38th parallel or somehow limit any kind of official presence on the Yalu River. We can talk about that, but it has to be done with Korea, because the minute it is seen as something that's going over Korea's head, it will not be able to, it will not last. So I think something on the order of what kind of assurances can be given to China by the ROK and the U.S. together is maybe along the lines of what an eventual grand bargain could look like. I have no doubt that China's interests could be served by a Korea, united Korea. And in fact, the Chinese are very careful never to say that those interests would not be served by either. They properly say it's up to the Korean people. But I think any kind of arrangements about U.S. forward deployment in Asia would have to be done together with the ROK. And my own view is it could be done, but it has to be done in the collegiality of this alliance that we have.
Terrific. A great discussion. You've all been very patient. We have a few minutes left in this time block for a couple of questions. So what I'll do is I'll collect maybe a couple from the floor, and then I'll go back to our two distinguished speakers for any answers. So the floor is open. Just raise your hand, and please identify yourself, and please ask a question. No speeches. We don't have time for speeches.
I guess we answered every question.
I guess you answered every question. Yes, right here.
Hi, my name is Patricia Bowe, and I'm with the Office of Senator Tom Cotton, and I was wondering if you could talk a little more broadly about recommendations for the next Congress to improve U.S. ROK relations.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? Yes, on this side? All the way down in the front here? Their mic is coming.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Lee, and I'm from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. So my question is about how likely is the next U.S. Senate endorse secondary sanctions against North Korea, which means pressuring Chinese firms that trade with North Korea? So I was wondering if the U.S. would be more open to pressuring Chinese economic interests to enhance coordination on North Korea policy. Thank you.
Well, so both questions are sort of related, both are directly related to Congress. So Chris, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I think one of the first things the administration needs to do on Korea, because it has had such not only bipartisan support over the years, but also I think a very good track record between Capitol Hill and the White House over the years. And so I think there has to be a lot of consultations within Senate Foreign Relations and Senate Armed Services on Korea to make sure that everyone understands that we're not looking, whether it's the Congress or the administration, is not looking for radical solutions, but we are looking to kind of pick up the pace that is no more of this strategic patience. So I think we need to increase the amount of consultations there. If there's a situation where the administration wants to go harder on these special measures, I hope it would then be the Congress or vice versa to say, what are our main issues in the ROK, and is it that we want a little more somehow change in the terms of trade and the terms of special measures? And my answer would be no. I mean, if I'm looking at the major issues there, relations with China, the North Korean threat, I would kind of keep that in focus and kind of avoid getting into this or putting up at the top this idea of how much is it costing to put U.S. troops there. So I hope we can, because there's a lot of sort of new thinking or thinking outside the box, which, by the way, is a reminder of why we do have boxes. Sometimes it's good to think inside the box. So I just think it's very important in this era of new thinking to try to kind of make sure that we can continue this consensus on dealing with this very important country. And as for secondary sanctions, I mean, I understand the attraction of it, but I don't think other countries are just going to stand by and have that happen. So I think we need to think it through to the next step. And the next step might be some kind of countermeasures done by other countries. And so we just need to be prepared. If we're going to say to the Chinese, we're going to do this secondary sanction program, I think we need to be prepared for kind of a game of chicken there, where the Chinese might come back and do something, and then we would do something. And the question is, where do we end up? I mean, where does these exchange of positions ends up? And I think we need to be a little careful of that. And the thing that worries me about secondary sanctions is I don't think we've thought it completely through on what would eventually happen. And since these trade numbers, especially with China, are of the magnitude to affect overall price levels in the U.S. and overall economic performance in the U.S., I think we need to think this through. We don't want a situation where, in striving to get as tough a policy on North Korea as possible, we end up with a weakened U.S. economy. And when you look at the size, the magnitude of China, you could end up with some unintended consequences.
Foreign Minister Han, are we thinking through the third and fourth order effects of secondary sanctions in China?
Well, let me first comment on the first question about what the U.S. Congress can do. I would take this opportunity to suggest to the U.S. Congress that urge the Congress actually to remind the incoming administration that on three issue areas. One is on SMA or cost sharing. And I think both the current U.S. administration and most of the Congress know that the Republic of Korea is assuming more percentage or more share of the cost of the alliance than any of the other allies of the United States, including Japan and NATO allies. Yeah. Also, South Korea is spending more on defense, some 2.6% of the GNP than any of the other allies of the United States. And I think if there is a leftist government that comes in future months, that would be of mixed blessing. From my own experience, it was easier for President Roh Moo-hyun to persuade his own supporters, who tend to be alliance skeptics, to accept the sending of troops to Iraq, for example, or agreeing to the so-called strategic flexibility, or actually President Roh Moo-hyun had higher defense spending than any of the other more conservative administrations. And so these are the kind of things that I think the incoming administration should know, and at the same time, something that the Congress can remind the new administration of the fact. The second thing is related to this, and that is an alliance is a lot more than cost and money. And there's a lot of interest and stake with the United States. And you can't just count the value of it. The United States is not helping South Korean defense for money. And so it is something that I think the Congress can stay on. The third issue area would be FTA, in that Also, it is not an arrangement where only South Korea or America's partners are getting advantage of, but the U.S. has as much advantage and interest in maintaining and strengthening the trade agreements. And so these are the areas I think the Congress can help the incoming administration to understand better of the issues. On the secondary boycott issue, both South Korea and Japan now independently, but with the information and intelligence that the United States has supplied, have decided to impose the secondary sanction, and Korea is very much in lockstep with the United States.
Great. Thank you very much. The only thing I would add to that is also the North Korean Human Rights Act, which will be up for renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us with this fantastic panel. Both Foreign Minister Han and Ambassador Hill have really had 360 degrees of experience on Korea, both in terms of the alliance and the two North Korea nuclear agreements. So we want to thank them for their time. Thanks again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 15-minute break. There's coffee and stuff outside, and then we'll reconvene at 10:45 for the next panel.
It's a pleasure to hear your
Okay.
Hey.
Or Mr. Yun.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. This is a name card. That's so I remember who I am. I got to get my notes. I'll be right back.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. My name is Yoon Young-kwan, Professor Emeritus of Seoul National University. And it is my great privilege and pleasure to moderate the first panel on important subject like North Korea challenge. First, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this conference, Ambassador Lee Shi-hyung of Korea Foundation and Professor Victor Cha of CSIS for organizing this important and very timely conference. We, both countries, ROK and the United States are experiencing some political transition. And we are living in a transition period of uncertainty. But we all recognize the importance of maintaining solid ROK-US alliance because we are facing very important challenges on the Korean Peninsula as well as in the other parts of the world. And you may agree that probably the most urgent challenge may be the North Korean nuclear issue. Despite 2.5 decades of arduous diplomatic efforts, we did not succeed in resolving the North Korean nuclear problem. And actually, the situation has gotten worse. And nowadays, many specialists predict that North Korea will be able to develop nuclear and missile technology with which they can strike the western coast of the United States with nuclear-tipped ICBMs. So we don't have that much time left and to try our diplomatic efforts before we face some crisis situation which may look similar to the spring of 1994. And now we have new president, President Donald Trump in the United States, and many people are curious about what kind of North Korea policy he would pursue. And we discussed important subjects in the previous panel, reflecting what they discussed in the previous panel. I have 3 questions to raise, and I hope probably our panelists would be able to answer those questions. The first, will President Trump continue the current policy track of strengthening international sanctions against North Korea? In that case, will he try to apply the secondary boycott with Chinese cooperation or even at the cost of confronting China when there are so many other important global issues which needs cooperation of China? So here comes what kind of U.S.-China relationship will be there in the next 4 years. And the second question may be, will President Donald Trump be ready to think out of existing policy box as Ambassador Hill briefly mentioned, and will he be ready to engage North Korea in some kind of dialogue, and will he try to strike a deal? Many people say that President Trump may have great skill of deal making, and will he be ready to strike a deal, and try to his skill of deal making to the North Korean nuclear case. In other words, will he be ready to be somebody like President Nixon to China for North Korea? And then maybe another scenario that we can think. My final question is more immediate concern, that is, will North Korea provoke again, especially at the time of beginning of new administration as they did before? And if he does, what will be the response of President Trump? And will his response be qualitatively different from previous administration's response? And will he even consider the option of regime change, as Ambassador Armitage-Olate mentioned briefly this morning? So I hope I will be able to some clues or answers by the end of this panel on these questions. And we have very distinguished panelists here, and that all of them devoted their probably live thinking about Korean Peninsula issue and North Korean issues or something like that. And to my left, Professor Cho Dong-ho, professor of Ewha Women's University. And to his left, Ms. Kang In-sun, Washington Bureau Chief of Joseon Ilbo, and Dr. Che Gang, Vice President of Asan Institute of Policy Studies, and Professor Victor Cha, Korea Program Chair and Senior Advisor to CSIS. And to his left, Mr. Bob Carlin, Visiting Fellow of CSEC, Stanford University. And then Mr. Klingner from Heritage Foundation. I'd like to give probably maximum 7 minutes or 5 to 7 minutes so that we can have more time for Q&A sessions. And please, Professor Cho Dong-ho first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, basically, I'm an economist, and my major area is about economic issues surrounding North Korea. So let me have my view on the sanction issues, economic sanctions against North Korea. Let me start with North Korean economic condition. North Korean economy has been stable during the last several years. In terms of economic growth rates, North Korean economy is growing. Bank of Korea, the central bank of South Korea, is in charge of estimating North Korean economic situation, because North Korea has not published any economic data since the middle of the 1960s. According to Bank of Korea, North Korean economy has shown around 1% economic growth rates recently. However, I and many other North Korean experts in South Korea do not agree with the estimates by Bank of Korea. We believe it should be somewhere between 3 to 5% level. And some American experts, such as Dr. Michael Green at CSIS, once said that it was 6% last year. Anyway, what I want to say is that economic condition of North Korea has been getting better during the last several years, in spite of economic sanctions. Why is that? Let me briefly say about 2 major reasons for that. First one is expansion of markets in North Korea. Now there are about 450 big offshore markets in North Korea. And there are so many economic activities in the markets. Nowadays, almost all North Korean families cannot make their living without market activities. Even state-owned firms and factories obtain their raw materials from the markets and sell their products in the markets. So market is inevitable factor in operating economy in North Korea. So in that sense, North Korea is not traditional planned economic system anymore. And also, North Korean economy is not socialist any longer in the sense that there are rich people who makes big fortune in the market, and they buy and they own properties, which had been illegal in the traditional socialist regime. Now they own apartments, cars, and so on and so forth. So it is a very different economy nowadays. So all these economic condition implies that economic sanction has only negligible impact on the North Korean economy. So the basic reason we introduce economic sanctions against North Korea is to stop nuclear program. However, still North Korea is continuing its nuclear program. So we have to say that we are failing to achieve a fundamental goal. Some may say that it is too early to assess the effectiveness of the sanctions. However, in order to have a positive expectations of forthcoming sanctions effectiveness, we should be able to see some signs of sanctions impact on the North Korean economy. However, as I mentioned earlier, I don't see any clues about significant impact on the North Korean economy. Where macroeconomic condition is okay, price levels are stable, and trade volumes are almost the same as to the previous years. The basic reason for malfunctioning of economic sanctions against North Korea is China. Politically, China prefers stability of North Korea. Economically, China is very reluctant to implement economic sanctions against North Korea because, economically speaking, from the Chinese view, implementing economic sanctions means that Chinese government causes harm to its own private firms. So Chinese government has no incentive to participate in the sanction sincerely. So my final comment is that recently we have introduced a much stronger UN resolution, 2321. It is much stronger than before. However, in order to have real serious impact on the North Korean economy and in order to achieve our goal, we must find ways to induce China to join the sanction. Thank you.
Any concrete idea about how to induce Chinese cooperation?
It should be the job of a political scientist, not economists.
Okay, thank you.
Artfully done.
Kang In-sun?
Yeah. Hi, I'm In-sun Kang, and I'm here as a correspondent for 6 months. So I have been covering U.S. election for 4 to 5 months. So I've been traveling a lot to cover rallies, and particularly Donald Trump's rallies was very interesting. And it was very unique and strange experience for me to hear the candidate call my country as a country who have to pay more to make America great again. So, nowadays the Washingtonians and the whole countries and even world are deciphering what Trump said to us. So what that means to us. So I have just picked a few words that was written in his book, which I think very interesting. And in his book, Great Again, How to Fix Our Crippled America, he said, we have to create alliances with our allies that reveal mutual benefits. If we are going to continue to be the policeman of the world, we ought to be paid for it. And the others, it's like, I think this part is the very interesting part. We defend Germany, we defend Japan, we defend South Korea, these are powerful and wealthy countries. But actually, he said the same thing in rallies too. So I'm so proud of it when he said Korea is wealthy and powerful countries. And then he said, you need to pay for them, for protecting your country. So, I mean, then I will continue what he said. We've got 28,500 wonderful American soldiers in South Korea's border with North Korea. They are in harm's way every single day. They are the only thing that is protecting South Korea. And what do we get from South Korea for it? They sell us products at a nice profit. They compete with us. The other thing, the last one I want to share with you is that we need to put some of the bill for this transformation on the Saudi Arabians, South Koreans, the Germans, and the Japanese, and the British. We are protecting them after all, and then they should share in the cost. So he thinks Korea is the country who have to pay, I mean, as I said, for America to be great again. So if we just look back on what he said in the campaign and the recent appointees of major national security advisors positions, I mean, it is speculated that Trump administration will be a hardliner foreign policy. And I think it's still a little too early to say that because the Secretary of State has not been appointed, and you can imagine that the State Department of Rudy Giuliani and the State Department of Mitt Romney cannot be the same. So it's really hard to imagine what kind of foreign policy when the new administration will take, and I'm sure that Mr. Trump himself does not know yet. So, I mean, and it is well known that it will take at least 6 months to start a new policy because they need to review policy reviews, and then they need to formulate a new policies and other positions. So, I mean, somehow it reminded me of President Bush in 2000. Like Trump, he doesn't have that much experience on foreign policy and world affairs at the time. So it was expected that he would focus more on domestic issues than the global issues. But that expectation proved incorrect because 9/11 has changed everything. And the same thing happened in 2009 for President Obama. He was expected to pursue direct talks with North Korea. So actually he mentioned that in his inaugural speech, but it didn't go that way either because North Korea responded with a multi-stage rocket launch and a nuclear test in a few months later. So rather than dialogues with North Korea, the Obama administration, against all expectations, pursued greater sanctions and isolation of North Korea under a policy of strategic patience. So I think we should prepare, another 9/11 type of event that will change the global strategic calculations in very unexpected and unpredictable ways. So, and as many people say that the uncertainties from South Korea, North Korea, and United States, because they are all in a very fluid situation. So I think, this situation provides North Korea with plenty of opportunity to try to influence the future direction of policies in new administration before they finish their policy reviews and formulate their future strategies. So, these days, because of this uncertainty, lots of South Korean delegations came to town to meet transition committee and people who are close to President-elect. And in the debriefing with Korean correspondents, they said lots of comforting things, which said like the Donald Trump team fully understand the crucial importance of the U.S. ROK alliance and the priority of North Korean nuclear issues. I mean, of course, there should have been more off-the-record things that cannot be disclosed to the media, but I suspect there were. I mean, nevertheless, they tried to. Convey. Even though they tried to those comforting messages, I think. I mean, such a sugarcoating, still uncertain. Trump's foreign policy approaches does not really address current insecurities and concerns on the Korean Peninsula. So I think Korean government should prepare for the worst case scenario now. What if Trump administration concludes that it needs to put into action of what he said in the campaign? What if Trump decides to invite Kim Jong-un to hamburger meeting, as he said in the campaign? Is South Korea ready for that possibilities? I'm not sure yet because of all those political crises in South Korea. So to manage these situations, successfully, I think we need to make a new high-level task force to address all those possibilities that we can imagine now. No matter how unrealistic they seem to be, we need to think of all the possibilities that we can cope with in soon. So, perhaps, it could be an opportunity for us to put our idea into the new administration before they make their own policy. So I think we should start what we really want from now. Not only what we can, but what we are willing to do and what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like your idea of establishing a kind of high-level task force. Yeah. And I guess as a journalist, Korean journalist, you're familiar with how Korean people think about the Trump administration probably in the future, which emphasizes interest than value, or a transaction-oriented approach to the alliance issue. Yeah. And what do you think about the future Korean people's reaction to that kind of new approach?
The interest-wise?
Emphasizing the sharing more burden by Korean side on the defense burden or something like that.
Well, it depends on what kind of things we can do. There's it's not only my opinion, but there's a saying that if we have to pay a lot more than we expect to say, or which is not very reasonable, then people say that maybe making our nuclear weapon is cheaper. If we interpret everything in an interest-wise way.
I see.
But the international relations or international policies not going that way. That's what we understand. Alliance or cooperating with other countries, not like something that we can just deal with in a business world. So okay. I think in a few weeks he is in White House. He will be learning a lot more the nature of international politics, which is very different from the business.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Dr. Choi-Gung?
Thank you. Actually, the last point Insan mentioned was the points I was going to raise, actually. It seems to me that South Korea has 3 or 4 concerns over the Trump administration. First, whether North Korean issue will be one of the top policy agenda of Trump administration, whether it will be hijacked by crisis in the Middle East or European continent. So, but actually Koreans want the Trump administration identify this North Korean nuclear issue as one of the top policy agenda. That's first concern. Second, in responding to North Korea's challenge, what would the choice the Trump administration is going to take? First, maybe as they mentioned, the grand bargain, that's concerned, without consultation of South. Of course, there will be consultation, but whether the grand bargain can reflect the concerns of South Korea has. The other one is like maybe just military measures, harsh military measures vis-a-vis North Korea. So two extremes. So maybe the policy choice will be between the two extremes. And third, maybe if the United States go for the negotiate agreement with DPRK, what will be the bottom line of the negotiation outcome? Whether it will set for freeze of nuclear program, with what duration? That's the concern we have. Whether the United States will be satisfied with the freeze or go beyond the freeze and complete the denuclearization. So there could create a kind of split between the United States and South Korea in dealing with North Korean nuclear challenge, and that will benefit North Korea only. That's actually three or four concerns South Korea has nowadays. So let me start my own prediction. Due to the actual North Korean regime's resilience, I say politically still stable, unstable North Korea, economically failing, but militarily dangerous North Korea ahead of us. So how we are going to deal with it, because we don't have much time, I will just give some ideas. First, actually, we have not touched upon how we are going to enhance our deterrent posture vis-a-vis North Korea. We have to think about the ways to neutralize military utility of North Korea's nuclear and missile programs. But we have not done enough yet. United States and South Korea agreed to talk about the rotational deployment of strategic assets, but agreed to talk about it. But we are far behind the time schedule. So how we are going to move fast enough to meet the challenge of North Korea's military threat upon South Korea is very critical. So we like to see different posture on the Korean Peninsula. Second, whether South Korean government will pay much more attention and pay more resources, spend more resources in building all its own capability. I do not mean the building nuclear weapons, but actually we have to think about more reliable defense system, more offensive capability. But as Ambassador Han Sung-joo mentioned, we are spending 2.6% of GDP on our defense. Our major weapons procurement programs are far behind our schedule. For example, the Defense Ministry says that maybe they can complete KAMD by 2023. Of course, they decide to spend more to have those systems by 2020, but there's maybe too much rosy prediction. So unless we spend more money with a clear picture by taking into account the nature of North Korean threat and multiplying North Korean threat, we can't meet North Korean threat in time. We are following North Korean threat, reacting to North Korean threat. Now we don't preempt North Korea at all. So we have to think about this, the totally new approach in dealing with North Korean military threat from military dimension. Not talking about the KAMP or KAMD or Kiljen. There's old concept. We have to think about the new strategy. We have not come up with new strategic plan to deal with North Korean threat. So Ben is over there, so he knows more than I do about that. So, and then the other one is like, of course, I fully respect Mr. Cho Dong-ho's comments on economic sanction. Whether we have done enough in enforcing sanctions, I don't think so. The previous sanctions are quite limited. I think we have just started real sanctions by adopting 2021, by limiting the export of North Korean, the minerals and coal. We just started sanctions. So we cannot, it's too early to say sanctions have not worked. So we just started a new sanction. That leads to a secondary boycott issue. Not only asking the United States to enforce secondary boycott, South Korea have to think about its own secondary boycott very much. That's how we are going to cut off the trade with some countries who is involved in illicit trade with a North Korean entity. For example, ASEAN Institute has produced in China's shadow. We have detected Chinese companies who are doing all the illicit trade with North Koreans. We can do it. So I think that we have to think about more comprehensive economic sanction. Of course, sanction work only as long as it has a Chinese support. But have to we push as far as we can in getting the Chinese support, not asking the China, but pushing China to enforce sanction. So That actually, we have to think about what is the U.S. position. The third element, of course, despite all these measures, we have to be more soft in providing humanitarian assistance to North Korea. That's the way how we can engage North Korean people and earn hearts and minds of North Korean people. So they can create maybe isolation of North Korean leadership from North Korean people and get North Korean people exposed to outside the world. And also we have to think about influx of information into North Korean society. And final point I'd like to share with you is of course, we have to maintain the international coalition. We always go for trilateral cooperation, U.S., Korea, China. I don't know whether it's possible to have Chinese cooperate in full extent. So if that's the case, we have to think about other entities' participation, like EU and ASEAN countries, in doing the right things vis-a-vis North Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since the beginning of this year, after witnessing intensified North Korean provocations, like 2 times of nuclear test or 25 times of missile launching, some Koreans are arguing that U.S. tactical nuclear weapons should be deployed into the Korean Peninsula. What do you think about that option?
But it's been denied by the U.S. official.
As a Korean, it's kind of...
It is not an easy task to reintroduce a tactical nuclear weapon because it requires all restructuring of U.S. forces in Korea. But that's an option we can think of. Because otherwise, there will be a growing number of people who are arguing for independent nuclear capability. Of course, I'm fully against that option. But reintroduction of tactical nuclear, we can challenge the military utility of having tactical nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula. That's a tactical, actually, operational term. But there's a huge psychological effect we can think of by having the reintroduction of tactical nuclear weapons. Of course, we have to think about more things. Of course, the problem is there's a kind of the gap between the conventional deterrence and also strategic nuclear deterrence in North Korea. How we can narrow the gap between these two extremes is going to be a critical challenge. So I have to ask my friend Klinger or the Victor can say on that. So that's my response.
Okay, thank you. Victor?
I'll let Bruce answer that question. In the interest of time, I'll just make 4 quick points key to the questions that Foreign Minister Yoon asked. The first on sanctions. I think the new resolution is a good one. We see China has committed to a 60% reduction in coal imports and other imports from North Korea. That's the good news. The bad news is I think that's the floor. I don't think China will go lower because that probably in their own minds is about as far as they can go without destabilizing the regime. So because it's the floor, the next question is how effective will these sanctions be in getting North Korea back to the negotiation table or changing their behavior in terms of what Chris Hill described in the earlier panel as a serious military testing program that they're going through. I don't think that it's going to change their behavior. So this is a long way of saying that I think secondary sanctioning is important. And that the United States has to go after not just one company, and South Koreans and others have to think seriously about secondary sanctioning. Second, on whether the president-elect will engage North Korea, strike a deal, Nixon going to China, this kind of gets back to the question I asked earlier, which is that if not Tsai Ing-wen, but Kim Jong-un calls and says he wants to have a congratulatory call with President Trump. Should President Trump take the phone call? That's a question. I don't know the answer to that question. But I think often in presidencies, things can change on a dime based on little things like this. It can dramatically change the direction of an administration. I'd like to hear Bob's answer, actually, to that question about whether he should take the call.
I'll let Bruce.
Third, on will North Korea undertake some provocations? I think they certainly will. Again, our studies, our data at Beyond Parallel, CSIS Beyond Parallel, finds that North Korea under Kim Jong-un conducts provocations within a provocation window of plus or minus 26 days in terms of US presidential or by-elections. In the 26-day window before the election, they did 2 failed MRBM tests. And it's our view that the only reason they have not done anything after the presidential election is because of the domestic crisis in South Korea and their desire not to give President Park anything that could help her consolidate her position. But I think that certainly with the inauguration coming up in January, that North Korea may undertake some actions in terms of provocations, but it may also at the same time do other things, like something with regard to the college student that has been held there since last January. They could throw a number of things on the table to try to create some dissonance between the United States and South Korea. Finally, in terms of some of the things that In-sun mentioned about Trump and his views on alliances and American strength, let me just say that I've participated in a number of studies in the past that have really tried to analyze the sources of American power and why the United States may be one of world history's most unique hegemons in terms of their power, because hegemons eventually decline. But what are the elements of US power that are unique that might not allow it to decline like Britain or others had in the past? And in all of those studies, there were 2 things that struck me about the sources of American power. The first of these was immigration. Our tradition here in the United States of immigration is what constantly rejuvenates the country, what constantly brings new ideas in the country, and what constantly keeps the United States young. And the second source of American power are alliances. Very unique form of relationships that were created at the end of the Second World War, the beginning of the Cold War, but that have really transformed into being something more than simply a military alliance against a threat. In this sense, alliances have been not just commitments that the United States undertakes, but they have actually been amplifiers of American power. And so to me, those are sort of the 2 sources of American power that continue to make America strong.
Thank you very much. And will there be any possibility for North Koreans to break the past pattern of provoking in the beginning of every US administration, considering that they may recognize the unique style of leadership of President Trump?
So I can give you an answer based on the data that we've collected. And based on the data that we've collected, the last time there was not a relationship between North Korean provocations and US elections was during Kim Il-sung. Right? Kim Il-sung, the average provocation window was almost random. But you really started seeing to take shape from Kim Jong-il. The window was a lot larger under Kim Jong-il and has gotten progressively narrower under Kim Jong-un. So I used to try to answer these questions based on my own guesses. Now we try to collect data so I can at least offer data, if not an answer. And here I think thus far the recent history does not make me confident that North Korea won't undertake the same behavior around US elections and US inaugurations.
Okay, thank you. Bob?
Actually, Victor, in answer to your question, if Kim Jong-un calls President-elect Trump using a cell phone, given the backward state of our infrastructure, it'll probably get dropped, and it won't be a problem. Those of you who have been in U.S. Federal buildings know that as you walk in, there's always a picture of the president and the vice president. I've always thought that there should also be a fairly prominent banner with 4 words on it: bad decisions, bad consequences. and I'll get back to that in a second. It does seem to me that in the last maybe few months, that the conversation, certainly in Washington, about the North Korean issue is getting to be the best that I've heard in a long time, the most constructive, useful, thoughtful. Earlier this morning, we heard the ambassadors, both ambassadors, talk about the winds that fill the sails of the alliance, which is good. But I want to focus on something a little bit different. I'm worried that we're dragging several anchors that are going to impede good decisions, very specifically on the North Korean issue. And I'll just go through these anchors very quickly. There are 6 of them, and when I mention some of them, the blood pressure may go up in the room. Stay seated and think about it. First one is simple, and it's the question of time. Time is not on our side, although people still seem to think that it is on this North Korean issue. As their nuclear weapons program progresses, our options narrow, the North Koreans' options increase. There's a clock ticking this whole time, and the clock on their nuclear program is clicking a lot faster than anything we have done so far or anything I see us prepared to do in the future right now. The second anchor is our understanding and knowledge of Kim Jong-un. Victor noted that this is his 5th year. He's actually going into his 6th year. If you add to that the 3 years he had in grooming, this is a man who has 8 years near the top, and we still do not understand him. We throw around words like dangerous or erratic or vicious, but these are things that talk about really about our own attitudes and not descriptive of his decision making, especially when it comes to things that directly concern us. Third anchor is our understanding of the North Korean economy, and you had a good introduction to that. In his Congress speech this May, a very long speech, Kim Jong-un spent a lot of time talking about the economy and education. I believe, we tend to focus more on the nuclear issue to some degree than the North Koreans do. That's understandable because it's a threat to us. But the fact is, if we don't understand the nuclear issue in the context, the full context that it's considered in the North Korean setting, we limit our options and we constrict the space for us to deal with it. The fourth anchor is South Korea. Not really South Korea. The fourth anchor is our outdated perceptions of South Korea. What do I mean? Very briefly, South Korea is no longer one of the Asian tigers with a rapidly vibrant, expanding economy. South Korea is a country with an aging population soon to begin shrinking. South Korea right now is on the verge of a nervous breakdown of its political system. Now, it may not. Come April, maybe things will resolve themselves. Although, as Victor pointed out earlier, it almost doesn't matter. There's going to be a political vacuum at the top, no matter what, for the rest of this year. This is not an argument for weakening the alliance. It's simply an argument for understanding that the chess piece that we have, or the pieces we have jointly with South Korea, are of a different character than they used to be. The initiative is no longer so clearly and fully with South Korea in this struggle against the North. Fifth, and sit still, Victor.
I'm fine.
The fifth one is the fifth anchor is human rights. What do I mean? I'm afraid that we are trapping ourselves with high-flying rhetoric in a way that is preventing us from looking at pragmatic policies. We're backing ourselves into a corner at the very time when we need more flexibility. So what do we need? I think we need more of what was in the paper that Victor and Bob Gallucci produced recently. I think that's an important first step toward understanding how to mesh these two things in a way that will result not in a paralysis, but in an effective policy. Sixth anchor, this is my favorite. It's sort of multifaceted. Lazy journalism, political posturing, intellectual sloth, and moral preening. This is a deadly brew for considering policy. And it's a perfect way of constricting an important public discussion of this issue, which is so critical. We had a chance to stop the North Korean nuclear weapons program once upon a time. I think that ship has sailed. We have limited options to face what we face today. We all know that. There are risks associated with whatever we do, and the biggest risk, when you think about it, is that what we love to think, that better late than never will solve the problem, that better late than never is going to get devoured by too little, too late.
Thank you very much for raising various points. And my question to you is, you said that we have not that much time left and time is not on our side. Do you think President Trump will be able to exercise his strong leadership to to resolve this issue before we confront a very dangerous situation which may look similar to the 1994 spring situation?
All I could say is that if someone puts the figures in front of him of the pace at which the North Koreans are producing fissile material, about enough for about one weapon every 6 weeks, to a businessman, I think that will register, that graph will make some sense. How he'll respond to it, I don't know, but I think he'll see the trend lines.
Thank you. Bruce?
The North Korean threat is growing. I believe they already have a nuclear no-dong, so that Japan and South Korea are already under a nuclear threat. It's not theoretical or in the future. We've seen that they've had breakthrough successes in their submarine-launched ballistic missile and their Musudan IRBM. Right now, South Korea's flanks would be unprotected against an SLBM because the SM-2s they have on their Navy have no anti-ballistic missile capability, so they would need something like an SM-6 or an SM-3. And then as for the ICBM, we have 4 U.S. 4-star generals who say they either already have a nuclear ICBM capability against the continental U.S., or that we have to or should assume that they have that capability. Experts will disagree, and if they don't have the capability now, it's in the near future. Also, people ask, will North Korea do another provocation? Of course, I mean, it's in the nature of the regime. It's just a question of when. And provocation is kind of a benign term. It's shorthand for another violation of UN resolutions, act of war, act of terror, or threat to do any of the above. When they do it, we'll debate whether it's because of an anniversary or some action that the U.S. has done or will do, or the same for South Korea. Now, facing that certainty, we have, of course, the uncertainty in Seoul and Washington. President Park is on her way out. It's just a question now of whether the epitaph on her political tombstone will be impeachment or resignation. And it's increasingly likely that a progressive candidate would assume the presidency after she leaves. I think the progressive candidate or president would put in place policies that will cause severe strains in the alliance. Think of an advisor going into President Trump's office and saying, our ally refuses to allow us to deploy THAAD. They refuse to allow us to better defend the 28,500 sons and daughters we've deployed there to defend them. I would think an initial response might start with, oh, really? So we'll see how that goes. Also in Washington, of course, the question is, what will President Trump's Asian policies be? I'll give you what we used to call the CIA salute. We don't know. He said a number of things during the campaign, some of which are consistent with what he said since the 1980s, which caused great concern amongst our allies, and I share those concerns. We've seen comments about alliances where it's they pay 100% or we walk. Indeed, he said, if we have to walk, we have to walk. There was the apparent acquiescence to Japanese and South Korean nuclear programs, which he walked back on. The North Korean policy is everything from having a hamburger with Kim Jong-un to China taking him out as quickly as possible, what I'd call the Godfather option, leave the gun, take the cannoli. And also also no mention has been made by Mr. Trump about sanctions, whether to augment, continue, or remove. And also there's a flippancy towards war in Northeast Asia. He said it would be a terrible thing, but if they do, they do. Good luck, enjoy yourself, folks. Now, is that all just campaign rhetoric? I hope so. And indeed, since the election, we've seen hopeful signs, such as positive phone calls with Prime Minister Abe, President Park, and others, and some statements by people affiliated with the campaign that seem to be more reassuring. But words do matter, even in a campaign, I would argue, and that the words have already had an impact on our allies. They've increased the concern, they've increased the fear of abandonment, and those fears have been exacerbated during the last 8 years with the questions of the U.S. capabilities to defend them, given the large cuts to the U.S. defense budget, and also questions about U.S. resolve, given the Syrian Red Line and weak freedom of navigation operations and others. So we may not know what the Trump administration would do, but I'll offer a few ideas of what they should do. I think first, and perhaps most importantly, would be affirming our support for alliances. Alliances are built on principles. They are built on our national interests. They are not some kind of business relationship. The U.S. can't do it alone in achieving our objectives and national interests overseas. And I would certainly argue that alliances are a bargain, not a burden. We should also affirm unconditionally our extended deterrence guarantee, and that includes not only the nuclear umbrella that people think of, but it also is the conventional forces, and the third aspect is missile defense, and certainly that would include deploying THAAD to the peninsula. So all of these would be a signal that while U.S. administrations may change, our resolve and our commitment do not. We should also take heed of Thomas Jefferson's statement of the price of freedom is eternal vigilance, and that includes having a military sufficiently capable of overcoming the tyranny of distance in the Pacific, to having sufficient air and ground and naval forces to achieve our missions. And we should also continue and augment our sanctions, and that would include third-party sanctions against those foreign entities, including China, that are in violation. Targeted financial measures are U.S. law. So when people say we shouldn't impose third-party sanctions or we shouldn't impose sanctions at all, they're saying we should give immunity from U.S. law to China and North Korea and others. And I'd ask, how would giving immunity to our law accomplish our objective of denuclearization? What I'd say sort of in conclusion is that it's been said that people sleep peacefully in their beds at night only because hard men are ready to do violence on their behalf. And America and the mother and fathers of the brave men and women in our military, and I'm one of them, my son is a U.S. Marine currently stationed in Afghanistan at Bagram Airfield. We do not take that commitment lightly, but we are willing to make it for our friends and allies. So yesterday, today, and tomorrow, Kachi Kapshara, we go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for emphasizing the importance of robust alliance between ROK and the United States. And my question to you is, if we wish to succeed in denuclearize North Korea, the third factor, China factor, may be important. And what would be your recommendation for the coming Trump administration in that regard? What kind of method or idea would you recommend to mobilize full support of China?
I think China has been part of the problem rather than part of the solution. We've seen that in the UN Security Council, they've acted like North Korea's lawyer. They've refused the evidence of the Cheonan sinking. They prevented a meaningful international response to Yongpyeong-do. They have denied adding additional North Korean entities to the sanctions list. The list goes on and on. They're always insisting on loopholes, et cetera. So we can be encouraged that we've seen more progress by China in aligning itself with the international community, both the earlier resolution this year and the most recent one. But the question is always on implementation. They tend to implement sanctions for about 1 to 4 months, and then we see that implementation and enforcement backs off. So one of the things we can do, though, is rather than saying, will China go along with this, we can distinguish between the Chinese government and Chinese banks and businesses. We can induce the Chinese banks and businesses to wean themselves away from engaging North Korea. That's through third-party sanctions. We did that, accomplished that in 2005, 2006 with Banco Delta Asia. Not only the formal action that the government did, but the sub rosa meetings that U.S. officials had throughout Asia, which led to 24 entities, including the Bank of China, severing its relationship with North Korea. And we know from White House officials that Bank of China defied the government of China. The government of China didn't want them to do it. The Bank of China said, look, under Section 311 of the Patriot Act, for our own continued existence, our own continued access to the U.S. financial system, we have to cut off North Korea. If we follow up with the so far sort of timid implementation of sanctions on Chinese entities, we can change the cost-benefit relationship for the businesses in China. They're in business for profit. If we can, if they see that their profits are being reduced or their risks are being increased, it's not in their own self-interest to continue to engage with North Korea.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And now the floor is open. Please raise your hand. And yes, please identify yourself and.
Hi, I'm Bill Brown. I teach a course on North Korean economy and Chinese economy at Georgetown. And my question is for Dr. Zhou, but maybe all of y'all can, especially Bob, can chime in on the answer. I quite agree with what you're saying on the North Korean economy, that it's bubbling up in ways that were not expected. But with an important difference, I think. To me, the state part of the economy is failing, even almost collapsing. By that, I mean the big old industry, electric power, transportation, steel, all their big industry is doing very poorly, I think. Most of their people, or about half their people, are still employed by the state and receive pitifully poor incomes compared to the growing market economy. So to me, what you're presenting is kind of a positive for North Korea. Can be introducing some really severe social problems as their state system, the socialist system, continues to collapse and the market system builds up. To me, this is, in ways, creating some big opportunities for the rest of the world, maybe to intervene on behalf of the market economy and stop the state economy in a very difficult way to do, but that's what we're paid to do, is to think of good answers to difficult questions. So when I think of the sanctions can be a double-edged sword here. The sanctions can be helping the state prevent exports of coal that are going to help miners, the way the Chinese talk about it. I'm a little bit sympathetic to the way the Chinese talk about the sanctions on North Korea. If the sanctions can be precisely hit on the state enterprises, that's fine. But if they disrupt the growing market economy, that's what the state wants. So I'm curious as to whether all of y'all can think of ways in which the sanctions, or our policies generally, aid policies also, I think, are part of this, can be used to I don't mean unsettle the North Korean regime, but to make them a little bit more fearful that their own economy is in the midst of a tremendous change.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cho, would you respond?
Let me say one story about North Korean economy today. If you go to state-owned factories, your monthly wage is about 3,000 North Korean won a month. However, you need at least 500,000 North Korean won for your family's living a month, which means that father goes to the state-owned factory and mother goes to the market for some business. So this is North Korea today. So what I want to say is that already the public or planned sector does not work. Without markets, North Korean economy does not operating. Then this makes North Korean society totally different from before. In the old days, North Korean society is kind of unique. Every people are poor. But now there are rich people, there are still poor people. However, this produces kind of positive impact on the North Korean people. Where in the old days, North Korean people had no incentive to work hard, because even if I work very hard, I produce more, but my salary will be the same. Only my target goes up. So I have no incentive to work harder. But now under this system, if I work harder, I can earn more. So people have incentive to work harder. And the North Korean authority already has utilizes these market activities. I mean, North Korean authorities are allowing people and state-owned firms and factories to be involved in the market activities. So the bottom line here I want to say is that North Korean economy is getting better, and also people's mind changes that, I have to work harder. And if I work harder, then I can be the rich people. So this makes North Korean economy better.
So I guess in every country, if marketization goes on, that will lead to some kind of political or social change. And how we can utilize that kind of change for our purpose of denuclearizing North Korea, or to follow the different direction from the current one. Would anybody comment on that? Bob?
We often talk about the two-line policy that the North Koreans are following, and we always focus on the nuclear half of it. But it has two aspects. It has, as Kim Jong-un defined it in the speech he gave that first surfaced it in March of 2013, it has a nuclear aspect and an economic aspect. And I don't think we understand how those might work together and how we might utilize one differently than we do today. Today, we tend to focus on using the economic part of it as negative leverage. That is, they can't have their cake and eat it too, we keep saying. Well, maybe there are ways to be more efficient in doing what Bill suggests, in utilizing the momentum that's coming out of the economic part. Sit down and talk to the North Koreans about how a shift in their nuclear part would impact their economic part. I was just in Pyongyang a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't been there for 6 years. The change in Pyongyang between then and now is astounding, absolutely astounding. I know that's not the whole country, but something is happening, and clearly the regime is not getting in the way. So I think we need to let go of that anchor and do more to concentrate on what Bill is suggesting, and think more about how those economic changes can be working to accomplish what we need for our national security.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Sang Deok-chae from National Pension Service Korea. I'd like to have two questions. And first of all, is there a possibility that President-elect Trump will use North Korea nuclear card to negotiate with China for a better deal? And second, and is North Korea economy is booming? Is it sustainable for any economic crisis in a global level? Thank you.
To whom are your question directed? I mean,
I haven't thought about that.
Yeah, please. Victor, or
I couldn't really hear the question.
would you repeat it clearly?
Yeah, is there a possibility that President-elect Trump will use North Korea nuclear card as a negotiation card with China for better deal? And secondly, if North Korean economy is booming and is growing, is it immune to any kind of global economic crisis probably coming?
Yes.
I may take sort of a crack at the economic thing, and this actually may go back to the Bill's question. You know, on the sanctions, the targeted financial measures are targeted at those that are in violation of U.S. law and UN resolutions. So when people say there are more or fewer cars, in the country, or that people are starving or not starving, it's not a result of sanctions. It's a result of, the North Korean government's economic policies. That said, the restrictions on coal, I think, is a new step. It's going beyond the more targeted measures, and it's more in line with what the U.S., EU, and UN were doing against Iran to bring them back to the negotiating table. So it's a new step, and it's brought on by the international frustration and anger at North Korea's repeated violations. Now, on the marketization, I'd say it's an ongoing debate we've been having for all the time I've been doing North Korea. How much is it, under free market principle, how sustainable, how permanent, to what effect, what is their intent, et cetera. So, I mean, we can continue to have that debate. But I would say I'd sort of see it as part of three different buckets. One is economic reform, the other is political reform, the other is moderation of belligerent behavior. We can have the debate on the economic reform, but let's say they fully implement Chinese-style economic reform. Well, another country did that, China, and it didn't lead to the political reform that we all hope for, and it didn't lead to a moderation of their behavior. We're as much or more nervous about Chinese behavior now that they've been expanding their military and expanding their actions in the East and South China Sea. So, and also on Byungjin, when Kim Jong-un commented about it in March of 2013, he referenced that it is a continuation of Kim Il-sung's policy, which was announced in, I believe it was 1962 or 1963 Central Committee meeting. So, we've seen this before, and I think the big question would be, to what degree would economic reform lead to political reform and change in their foreign policy?
I think, final question. Probably last question, I guess.
I wanted to, I'm Steph Haggard from the University of California, San Diego. I wanted to engage Bruce because I think he's probably outlined the set of policies that are most likely to reflect what the incoming Trump administration will actually do. But I don't understand how those policies are related to a process of denuclearization, because it seems to me highly unlikely that the North Koreans are unilaterally going to disarm. So fine, let's do these things. I'm supportive of a lot of them, but they're only half of the policy kit. And unless there's something that's going to engage the Chinese and the North Koreans in a process of negotiated settlement, then it seems to me that the measures would be directed primarily to hoping that the North Korean regime would collapse. And we've been there before and seen that that's highly unlikely to happen. So if you could just articulate how you see this tied to a strategy of denuclearization, I think it would be more compelling.
All right. Well, I can't speak for the new administration. I'll just say what I see it as. I think it's three tracks. So it's the conditional engagement, the pressure, and then having sufficient defenses against the threat. So on conditional diplomacy, we've had so many debates and conferences in Washington, and it always devolves to engagement/diplomacy versus sanction. I think they're two sides of the same coin. You use one and the other, use all of them in a comprehensive integrated strategy. So, I disagree with people who say never talk to North Korea, it's a victory for them. I mean, that's silly. That's why we have, diplomats to talk to people you don't want to bring home to mom. So, I think, poor Sung Kim or poor Jo Yoon can have a monthly or weekly staff meeting in Pyongyang to talk to them, to see what their thoughts are, what their intents are. But don't go back to formal six-party talks resumption until Pyongyang is at least willing to give us a 1 in a trillion chance that they will abide by the primary objective, which is denuclearization. So you have that. You always hope you can get to back to the negotiating table. But I think offers of diplomacy are far more likely to be successful if you have the pressure. So you don't just abandon your leverage in hopes that they will change. North Korea has given a lot of signals about Kim Jong-un and every other senior entity in the government saying we will never, ever, ever give up our nuclear weapons. We'll never give up our treasured sword. So I don't think there's a lot of confidence that engagement is going to work. So with pressure and engagement, you hope that you can get them back to the negotiating table in a meaningful way. In the meantime, you're enforcing U.S. law. You're imposing a pain on those that break our laws and resolutions. You're putting in place measures to make it more difficult for them to import items, including money from illicit activities for their prohibited programs. You're putting in place stronger counter-proliferation measures. And then 5, you're hoping to get them to denuclearize. I think people are increasingly pessimistic that engagement will work. We're hoping sanctions will cause a change, but I think in the meantime, they do fulfill those other 4 objectives. But then the third track is you have your sufficient defenses for yourself and your allies if you don't think it's going to work. I think more people realize we're not really going to get denuclearization or solving the human rights problem with this regime.
Okay, Victor?
Just, so I think there is in this terms of this question of diplomacy versus sanctions, I agree with Bruce, it's not one or the other. There is an algorithm that we know that works, right? And it's been the one that has gotten agreements in the past, and that is when China and the ROK are pressing and the United States is open to diplomacy. That constellation of forces brings North Korea back to the table. The real question for the next administration, the U.S. administration, is if you are able to bring them back to the table, are you willing to accept less than what we have gotten in the past? Because, I think that's the key question, because we are far beyond where we were in 1994 or in 2005, 2007. And that will be the question that the person in the Oval Office will have to answer and decide on if we are to go back to a negotiation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to have 30 more minutes to discuss, but it's time to wrap up our discussion. I think we had very rich discussion on this subject. Thank you very much for actively participating in discussions. Thank you.
A break for lunch, which is served in the atrium. Please feel free to go get some lunch and then meet back here by about 12:30.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now we're very happy to welcome for our lunch speaker, Ambassador Joseph Yun, who has recently been named the Special Representative for North Korea Policy and is also Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Korea and Japan at the State Department. Ambassador Yun most recently served as the U.S. Ambassador to Malaysia from 2013 to 2016. He has also served as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of East Asian Affairs from 2010 to 2011, as well as Director of the Office of Maritime Southeast Asia from 2009 to 2010. He has a very distinguished career in the Foreign Service as one of America's most able diplomats. And although he is new to the position, he was kind enough to join us here today to offer you some thoughts about North Korea policy and the recent events. So, Ambassador Yun.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Victor. And thank you out to CSIS. What a great space. I wish I had an office like this, you know. And thank you to Korea Foundation, our two joint sponsors for the event. And in Malaysia, where I was just before coming here, of course, the previous president of Korea Foundation, Ambassador Hyun, Ambassador Yu Hyun-seok. I worked very closely with him, so very happy to be here. Thank you, Victor, especially. I mean, everyone knows Victor. Great contributions he has made on U.S. Korea studies, and of course, big contribution he made for a long time working with Chris Hill at NSC, while Chris was our lead for six-party talks and everything to do with North Korea while he was Assistant Secretary. And I think he also worked very closely with Mike Green. I don't know whether Mike is here. I'm very happy to be here with so many of my colleagues from the State Department. You know, Chris Hill, I understand Rich Armitage was here. They've been my bosses for a long time. I haven't seen Chris for a while, but I see him so much on TV that it feels like, you know, I see you every day, you know. Really want to recognize a lot of my Korean friends and colleagues, and they have done so much to teach me about U.S.-Korea relationship, and of course about my heritage. I'm a Korean American, and we have very prominent Korean scholars here, and people who've been diplomats as well as scholars. You have Minister Yoon Young-kwan, of course. Earlier we had Minister Han Sung-ju and others. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, I have a distinct feeling today. Some of my future bosses might be here, you know? And CSIS is, of course, known to provide a lot of them. And so this is why I'm really dragging out my introduction. Because simply put, I don't think there is any upside to anything I say, especially if I'm interesting, if I'm provocative, or maybe even thoughtful, you know? Because, of course, as we all know, this North Korea policy area is a very, very sensitive area. So if you feel you are interested in what I have to say, I'm not steering you right, you know? And in fact, Victor had originally billed my discussion as new administration's policy towards North Korea. And I'm sure you would agree that that could have been really fast-tracked to retirement, you know? Because unless something happened this morning, as far as I know, I still don't have a new boss. But I will review with you some of the recent developments that have happened in North Korea policy and challenges associated with all things North Korea. As I've said, I've been away in Malaysia for 3 years. I just took up my job in early October, so it's really only been 2 months. So upon returning, I was very much struck that how much more urgency there is to North Korean issues, and especially to North Korean WMD challenge. In fact, as you all know, this past year alone, we've had a number of missile launches and nuclear tests. For context, during Kim Jong-il's 18 years in power, North Korea conducted 9 major missile launches. This year alone, in 2016, the DPRK conducted 24 major missile launches, including 1 from a submarine. Of equal, perhaps even greater concern is that up through 2016, North Korea had conducted 3 nuclear tests in total. And this year alone, they conducted 2. The last one was, of course, in September, showing a significant improvement in yield. This threat, of course, demands our immediate attention. Our response to this growing threat really has been threefold. Number 1 is the pressure to convince the North Koreans to return to the negotiating table. Number 2 is what I would call defensive measures to protect ourselves and our allies from an attack. And the third is what I call diplomacy, to explore diplomatic options to denuclearize the peninsula. Sanctions are, of course, our key element of our pressure campaign. Just last week in New York, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 2321. This was in response to September 9th nuclear test. This resolution builds on UN Security Council Resolution 2270, and it will really further tighten the international sanctions regime. We estimate that these sanctions will decrease the North Korean exports by more than $800 million. Also last week, our U.S. announced our own unilateral sanctions. We designated 16 entities and 7 individuals for their ties to the government of North Korea or its nuclear weapons, its nuclear and weapons of mass destruction. At the same time, South Korea and Japan also announced their own unilateral sanctions. This, of course, goes to show, once again, the closest of cooperation between the 3 allies, U.S., South Korea, and Japan. We, of course, closely coordinate with China on UN sanctions. It is debatable how much influence over North Korea China has, whether it has waned or not. But I do believe that China still maintains significant leverage. An enormous share of North Korean exports, probably around 90%, are destined to go to China. And this clearly means that we must have China's cooperation if sanctions are to work. We have also at the same time launched a global pressure campaign in close cooperation with the Republic of Korea, targeting North Korean government's revenues as well as its reputation. We've had a number of successes in this area, with countries closing down North Korean businesses, diplomatic operations, and also making it more difficult for North Korean passport holders to enter. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about defensive measures. We are building, of course, you know, very robust ballistic missile defense system deploying ground-based interceptors in Alaska and California while working with South Korea to deploy THAAD, that is the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System. And we back all of that up with our extended deterrence commitment, not only that any attack on the United States or its allies will be defeated, but that any use of nuclear weapons will be met with an overwhelming and effective response. Particularly noteworthy, I believe, is that past year has seen a big increase in trilateral U.S. ROK Japan defense cooperation. For example, in June, our navies conducted a trilateral integrated air and defense missile exercise that allowed missile tracking devices and information to flow among all three countries for the first time. And just last month, in November, ROK and Japan signed GSOMIA, that is the General Security and Military Information Agreement, and that will give both countries real flexibility in sharing defense information that are classified. And I do believe these bilateral, trilateral defensive measures will only increase if the North Korean threat continues. In fact, the trilateral cooperation takes place at all levels. Last month, I was with Tony Blinken when we had the vice minister level consultations in Tokyo. I think that's the 5th time we've done that this year. And tomorrow, I'll be traveling to Tokyo and Seoul for bilateral consultations with my Japanese and ROK counterparts, and we'll also meet trilaterally in Seoul to coordinate a way forward following the adoption of the new UN Security Council resolution. Of course, I'm very mindful that sanctions and defensive measures are not an end in themselves. They are tools to bring the North Koreans back to the negotiating table on denuclearization. Our goal, let me emphasize, is denuclearization. And we have made repeated overtures to North Korea, signaling our commitment to the 2005 joint statement of the six-party talks and our willingness to engage in credible and authentic talks aimed at restarting negotiations on denuclearization. I think you'd all have to agree that so far, response from Pyongyang has not shown any signs that it is ready to undertake serious negotiations. And that is why we believe we must continue on pressure track. Somebody recently told me that sanctions are always a failure until the day they work. And what happened, when that happens, we really need to complete the painstaking work of Chris Hill and many others to ensure a denuclearized Korean peninsula. Thank you very much for patiently listening, and if you have some easy questions, I'm happy to answer them. I guess you only have difficult questions, huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Leah from VOA. Ambassador Armitage earlier talked here. He said that maybe it's time for a regime change in North Korea. You did say that the U.S. government's objective is the denuclearization of the peninsula. So do you think, is it time maybe the United States should explore a regime ways for a regime exchange? Thank you.
I think let me state once more that our goal is denuclearize North Korea. I really do believe when I first came on this position, went on the trip with Tony and discussed. This was by far the most common and important objective of everyone we talked to there, Beijing, Seoul, and Tokyo. And I think this is clearly the goal we all share. Denuclearization is the #1 priority. So why don't I leave it there, okay? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Mark Tokola from the Korea Economic Institute. So when the credible and authentic talks get started, if they can, do we still believe there are 6 parties that need to be involved in those talks? Or would you look at 3, 4, 5, or 6 parties perhaps being involved?
I think ultimately 6-party talks presents a very good, I would say, established body, an institution you might call it, that can do these things. These are obviously the countries most interested and most at stake, including Russia and Japan. So I would imagine that any discussion, any serious negotiation would have to involve the 6 parties. And so I think at this point, there is really no way we can foresee how that would happen. But clearly, as Chris knows well, beforehand, afterhand, there will be separate bilateral discussions. But I do believe main body of work has to be done through 6 parties. Yes, Ambassador Kim.
Thank you, Ambassador Yoon. Well, I remember having heard through a newsline the mention of a president-elect during his presidential campaign, mentioning to the effect that it would not be a bad idea for Korea and Japan to have their own nuclear weapon. Why do you shake your heads? Well, my question is there any kind of a follow-up in your administration? Or, I don't know, well, if you have your own thought on that, that's number 1. Number 2, well, in light of the fact that North Korea's nuclear capability has been jacked up anyhow, year by year, has been heightened, strengthened. So my question is whether our effort, our joint effort to look for a kind of negotiated solution cannot be safely evaluated as a successful approach so far. Well, based on that fact, then what would be the usefulness of a 6-party talk in the future? And why do we have to continue on that methodology?
Yeah, I think on your first question, whether it is conceivable to have nuclear weapons in Korea and Japan, for me, as I travel around, there is a distinct, very, very strong feeling among Koreans and Japanese that they do not want nuclear weapons. That is certainly not the preferred solution. Rather, they would have Korean Peninsula that is denuclearized, and certainly Japan that does not have nuclear weapons. So I think that is certainly the impression I get. Regarding what is useful and what is not useful, I'm very much reminded that people have very strong opinions on North Korea. So I was coming back from Malaysia, stopped my hometown in Portland, Oregon, and then I went out for a drink with some of my friends, and these are people, who don't know where, Korea is, But they had very, very strong opinion on North Korea. One person said, why don't you talk to them? Aren't you a diplomat? Why don't you talk to them, Another one said, how much of a threat can it be? Couldn't you just get rid of it? So, there are very lot of opinions. But I mean, we also have a track record. You know, we have track record. I mean, you know, I'm sure Bob Collin knows all about what happened every year, and he keeps on reminding me these things. We have done a body of work, and I think those body of work, whether it's agreed framework, six-party talks, and we've learned many lessons from them. I particularly liked what I came into the tail end of the discussion that you were having just before lunch, what Bruce said, you know. I think it makes perfect sense, you know, to start from step one slowly and maybe not introduce big issues until later. That's one option. And of course, you know, the ultimate negotiations, you will have huge piles of paper. I mean, there are like about 12 elements that will have to go in. But right now, I think the important thing is we have to have talks that are at least minimum authentic and also serious. And I believe we're not there yet. And this is why we have to continue on this track of pressure. And I do hope they will be ready. And my own belief is they will be ready sometime, and so will we.
Stephen Haggard, University of California, San Diego. The 2005 joint statement suggests that there would be a separate discussion of a final settlement. And so you would have the discussions which Ambassador Hill led at the six-party talks on denuclearization, and then at some separate forum addressing the issues of a peace regime and final settlement. Is there some advantage of offering to hold a negotiation which would combine a discussion of both denuclearization and a final settlement?
Well, again, I think there are many ways you can cut this. I mean, Chris, I mean, you try to cut it many ways, you know, and certainly you can do one and the other, and the other. Even on denuclearization, there are many steps. Do you start from a freeze? Do you start with declaration? Do you start, when do you do dismantlement, disablement? And then, of course, on peace talks, you know, what is it? What does security guarantee mean? And all those things. But again, you know, this is, as Ambassador Kim said, I mean, we're aiming for that goal, but we have to get, you know, you have to get the first button right in order for the rest of the shirt to be presentable. So we're certainly not there, and these are all ideas that have been mulled over. Chris had a huge team at the time, and so trust me, you know, we're thinking about it, but at the moment only thinking, you know. Working groups, yeah. Mm-hmm. One more? Last one? Okay, last one over there, yeah.
Christopher Hurst, intern at Korean Economic Institute. Human rights abuses are another issue to deal with North Korea. What is the U.S. doing to inform the world about the human rights abuses happening?
It's always a mistake to take one more question, you know. Well, you know, I mean, human rights, you know, I mean, I think informing, I would imagine everyone is informed already. I mean, there is UN that's going on, Human Rights Commission in Geneva, as well as, you know, even our own human rights, North Korean Human Rights Act. And then, of course, we have our special envoy on human rights, and South Korea has recently appointed, is it Lee Jung-min as the human rights envoy in South Korea? Lee Jung-hun, yeah. Mm-hmm. A lot of Lee Jungs, yeah. And so I think the lack of information is not the issue. I think it's the practice that is the issue. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, good luck. Okay.
Thank you, Ambassador Yoon. Please join me again in giving him a round of applause and thanking him for being here today. We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll have our next session start. Thank you.
I'll fall
Don't
for
worry.
anything
No,
these
no.
days. Anything.
I'm sure those cameras are on. But we didn't say anything that we can't.
Lunch slot.
That's exactly right.
Slot.
Who's in charge?
We have 4 minutes.
Sign on today.
Can we start? Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Sung-han at Korea University. First of all, I'd like to thank CSIS and the Korea Foundation for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate in the first ROK U.S. Strategic Forum and to moderate the second session in the afternoon. Now it is 3:30 a.m. in Seoul time, which is going to be very painful for panelists, who came from Seoul. Nevertheless, we have to move forward. The theme of this session is ROK-US Alliance and East Asia, which means we need to look at our alliance relationship within the context of evolving kind of a strategic situation. Even though our alliance has been concentrated on North Korean threats, but at the same time, the utility of the alliance tends to be influenced by U.S. alliance policy itself, as well as great power relations, particularly among U.S., China, and Japan. So with a view to looking into these dynamics, I think we have invited three distinguished speakers for this panel. The first speaker is Dr. Shinbom Chul at KAIDA. Recently, he was relieved from the heavy duty at the Foreign Ministry. He worked as a Director General for Policy Planning for 3 years, more than 3 years, I guess. So Dr. Shinbom Chul is the first speaker on the Korean side. And to his right, Dr. Chung Jae-ho, professor at SNU, Seoul National University. He's a top China expert, as well as a very prominent expert on East Asian security affairs. And also to his right, Professor Son Yeol at Yonsei University. He's a Japan expert who is looking at Japan issues within the context of Korea, Japan, U.S. security cooperation. And from the U.S. side, we have Dr. Michael Green, Senior Vice President for Asia and Japan Chair at CSIS. As you know, he served as a Senior Director for Asian Affairs of NSC during the George W. Bush administration. To his left, Dr. Patrick Cronin, who is a Senior Director at CSIS, Center for New American Security. Previously, he worked at NDU, IISS in London, CSIS, and USAID. To his left, last but not the least, Dr. Van Jackson, who is Associate Professor at APCSS in Honolulu. He's also an adjunct senior fellow at CNES here in Washington. From 2009 to 2014, Dr. Jackson served as a senior country director for Korea at OSD, Office of Secretary of Defense. So, okay, without further ado, let me give a floor to the first speaker, Dr. Shinbom Chair. You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you, Professor. I also thank you, Korea Foundation and CSIS for having me. This wonderful event. It's a very timely event. Since I just have 5 minutes, let me go down to straight to the issues, the ROK-US alliance. Last week, I participated in the forum held in Tokyo. As I met a Japanese friend there. We have a small round table. And one topic was, of course, the ROK-US alliance. My Japanese friend asked me about what's the meaning of alliance to Korea. I replied with the 3 keywords. One is precious, second is indispensable, third is irreplaceable. Everybody agreed to that. I think everybody here in this room agreed to that. And if the next government agreed to that kind of principle, I think there will be no such a big problem in ROK-US alliance. But in real world, there is always challenges. So let me predict some sort of challenges we face. I found 3. The first one is actually discussed throughout all this morning session is uncertainty. Because of ideas and some words during the political campaign in the U.S. presidential elections, there is some uncertainty of the next administration's East Asia policy and the Korea policy and North Korea policy. Also, there is a kind of a people's problem. I love Dr. Green be the kind of some position on the next government because I know him, I know his idea. But we don't know who will work for the next administration. That is also increased uncertainty. Another source of uncertainty is very unfortunate from our side, our political uncertainty. I know that this government, Park Geun-hye administration, will work for the strong alliance until the last day of this administration. However, I don't know when the next election will be held. I don't know what the policy of the next government on alliance on North Korea issue. That increases uncertainty. Last one is North Korea's response. We don't know how North Korea will respond to new Trump administration. Sometimes they are very offensive, may launch a no long-range rocket or new nuclear test, 6 nuclear tests. Or they might choose the peace offense. We don't know. I personally believe they're going to probably take a shot of a long-range rocket around maybe at the end of the year or early next year. But frankly speaking, I have a bad track record of predicting North Korea's behavior. Probably here, many people are saying to me. So these kind of issues increases uncertainty on the ROK-US alliance. We must handle. Second challenge is the situation in Northeast Asia is not a status quo. Second challenge is increasing threat and risk in Northeast Asia. North Korea poses a great threat. It's a nuclear development. It's a nuclear device, a nuclear material, and delivery system. Everything is increasing very fast, drastically. We must face this kind of a threat directly, or we lose our chances. On the other hand, China's assertive behavior, I always call it a risk, as it increases. After the announcement of deploying THAAD, China's behavior on Korea is outrageous. They probably continue to do that. And regarding the North Korea, actually, this morning, who mentioned that they are not part of a solution, they are part of a problem. That's another issue. So I think we have to solve these kind of issues. Third one is the kind of policy coordination issues. During the political campaign, there are many words about the burden sharing, and then what is that, FTA and TPP or other words. Actually, those kind of policy need policy coordination between the United States and each ally. However, during the presidential campaign, actually that's the campaign, so those words unilaterally come from the president-elect in the United States. I think that there will be a period of adjustment, but we need to continuously focus on the policy coordination, or it otherwise can be the problem, can be the cause of problem in the alliance. We have to solve many issues. Yes, burden sharing is the big issues, but we have a time, actually. It is probably made agreement until the 2018. On the other hand, other issue, maybe third, I think we need continue to work for the deployment of third. And the other issue raised by Victor is not here, but he raised the issue of open transition. I think we have to discuss with the close coordination and stability of the ROK-US alliance is the core. This kind of a challenge we are facing. So the solution, way forward, I think first, we have to clear the uncertainty. In many ways, the most important thing is that clearly making comment on the importance of alliance. As that kind of issue is continuously work closely together in both sides, from the U.S. government and Korean government. If we coordinate that, we can decrease the kind of uncertainty. Maybe it can be done next 6 months until the process of hearing here in the Washington, D.C. at the Senate. Second one is that we must limit threat and risk right now. We have to tackle the North Korea issue. Most importantly, United States government, I hope and I believe that put North Korea issue top priority. So that's the issue we have to do. Third one is policy coordination. I think we can do that. So I saw I appreciate those phone calls from the President-elect Trump and the President Park Geun-hye. I appreciate those messages from the top advisor from the United States when 2 weeks ago there's a Korean delegate visited Washington, D.C. and New York. In that way, I think we can proceed our policy coordination. In a nutshell, I think that there will be many challenges, but even I made some misunderstood about the President-elect Trump because of his comments during the political campaign. But after elected, I saw many opportunities. I believe that success of U.S. government is the success of Korean government. I believe United States believe vice versa. That's the way we put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shin. Now let me turn to the U.S. side. Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good to see a lot of friends in the audience. For over 100 years, the U.S. strategy in Asia has been to achieve a balance of power that favors us and that keeps the threat as far away as possible. When we've been strategically surprised, as we were in December 1941 or June 1950, the American people's response has been to expand our responsibilities and move further out, away from the U.S. to deal with the threat. That's the history of the U.S. ROK alliance right there. In the post-Cold War period, we were strategically surprised in the mid-1990s when China bracketed Taiwan with ballistic missiles. And the response of the Clinton administration, followed by Bush and Obama, was to strengthen our alliances, starting with Japan, but all our alliances, to continue engaging China, but enhance once again the balance of power. The reality is that our alliances today in Asia are stronger than they've ever been, have more support domestically than they've ever had, in both the US and in Korea or Japan or Australia, are increasingly reaching across these bilateral hub and spokes alliances to more coordination and cooperation among allies. But the other reality is that nobody wants to choose between the US and China, including the US. Everybody wants to get rich off of China. We just want to feel secure. Nothing changed on November 8th with respect to that reality in Asia. Also, November 8th was not a foreign policy election. Exit polls show that most people who supported Donald Trump did not actually care about his campaign promises with respect to getting allies to pay more or things like that. Their number one concern was getting jobs again in parts of the country that have fallen behind. So some people say, well, this weekend phone call to Tsai Ing-wen of Taiwan, this is a big change in American foreign policy and strategy. I don't think so. It's a very unusual breach of traditional approaches to cross-straits issues and to protocol, but it's not without precedent. Ronald Reagan in 1980, in a similar circumstance where the White House first wave of personnel was very pro-Taiwan, and there was no one yet at State Department or Defense Department. Ronald Reagan, in that context in 1980, he was very pro-Taiwan, as I think all of the Americans up here are. He broke protocol by inviting Taiwan officials to his inauguration, promising to renormalize relations with Taiwan. There was an enormous tension in U.S.-China relations. There were huge fights between State Department and the White House for about a year. Finally, Reagan signed the so-called third communique, which essentially reconfirmed the first two communiques with some important side agreements with Taiwan. The Chinese sent a senior delegate to the White House to meet Reagan, and he said, well, now, because the Chinese thought Reagan was retreating, and the Chinese delegate said, now we have to do something about the Taiwan Relations Act, selling arms to Taiwan. And Reagan said, yes, you're right, we do. We need to toughen it up. And U.S.-China relations were very stable and very productive, and U.S.-Taiwan ties through our AIT were the strongest that they'd been in a long time. So I don't think this phone call to Tsai Ing-wen, despite the hysteria by some in the media, represents some new tack in foreign policy. I do think it's an indication that there will be some confusion with the new administration that came in without a clear foreign policy mandate with very different views, and it'll take a little while, but the fundamentals of our interests haven't changed, and the U.S.-Korea alliance as part of that is more important than ever. The most recent poll I've seen shows that 2/3 of Americans say we should defend Korea if it's attacked. That's very high. 60% of Americans support free trade. Korea is, I think, the third largest foreign investor in terms of providing manufacturing jobs in a lot of these states that switched from blue to red, from Democrats to Republicans. Whatever you say in the campaign, when you start dealing with North Korea, there's nowhere else to go but Seoul when you craft a response. So I think the next year or two will be quite shaky in the sense of different signals and different debates, and also in Seoul. But I think the fundamentals are strong. I'll tell you what worries me. I worry a little bit about Korea's election. I'm conservative, so I'm biased, but I was in a White House with a conservative president when we had a progressive president of the Blue House. Yoon Young-kwan and about 3 other people saved our alliance, and it actually came out much stronger. But it's hard when you have 2 different ideologies in Seoul and Washington, especially when the worldview isn't fully worked out and is a work in progress. I worry a little about the SMA negotiations. Japan's host nation support starts in about a year. We'll start negotiating seriously. Korea's is right around the corner. And there's got to be, and I'll end with this, there's got to be a way for all of us who care about the alliance to make it clear and to reframe this so that alliance contribution is not like a real estate deal, the price each side pays. It's about how much risk each side is taking. It's about the benefit to the U.S. of keeping the threat way out there. It's about the risk Korea takes by staring down North Korea at the DMZ. It's about technology development. It's about the deployment of Korean forces abroad. All of us who work on this alliance have to really help frame the contribution of Korea and the U.S. in a much more strategic way, because this is a president who came in looking at foreign affairs in terms of deals. And we have to show why it's a good deal and not just be satisfied with that. What else do we have to do? because we definitely have to do more to make sure it's a deal that works for the Korean people and the American people.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Jung Jae-ho?
Thank you. In the keynote session, as well as in the session number 1, many previous speakers talked about the alliance in terms that they have never been better. I think despite this stronger than ever before logic, I think we need to take into consideration a wide range of views and assessments of the alliance for the future. Because if we can derive a lesson from the not too distant past, I think that would be probably, when you think the relationship and the alliance is better than ever, probably it is high time for you to think about the alliance in more concrete terms so that you won't miss the opportunity again. In fact, if you look at public opinions from South Korea, I think views of in the United States have been really good. I have collected about 45 public opinion surveys since 1997 up to this year. 45 public opinion surveys that were done by more reliable polling institutions with more sound methodological basis. And out of these 45, 28 suggest that Koreans' views of the United States are much more favorable than those toward any other state. And only 17, that is 38%, suggest that Koreans have more favorable views toward China. But there is a very important watershed year, there's 2004. So between 1997 and 2003, Koreans had much more favorable views toward China than toward the US. But after 2004, up to 2016, South Koreans have much more favorable views of the US. And that 2004 watershed came when the Korea controversy erupted. And that trend was never reversed since then. So I think there is a pretty much favorable trend view of the US in South Korea as far as public perception is concerned. And at the same time, since 2014, there has been a strong support for the alliance as well. But I think we must not be so self-condescending about this result because anything can happen in the future. And in that respect, I'd like to raise a few questions or at least a few sources of potential frictions for the alliance. The first one, the classical, the pair of abandonment and entrapment. I'm not quite sure whether these concepts are still valid for the Korean-American alliance, but many people may say they are still valid and applicable in South Korea. For instance, the Pew Research conducted in a poll in May this year, and 57% of Americans are not in favor of foreign involvement. Only 37% said yes to the foreign involvement. And when it comes down to a Korean peninsula, when North Korea invades South Korea, whether or not U.S. should be involved, only 47% said yes, and 49% said no. So I think it has something to do with the election of Donald Trump as the president-elect. And I don't know how that will play out and how that will play on the psychology of South Koreans with regard to the alliance. Entrapment, obviously, there has been a significant debate during the Roh Moo-hyun administration with regard to the issue of strategic flexibility. And I don't know what the current address of that concept is, but we today talk about global alliance, and we want to talk about what the real limit of that global alliance is when it goes beyond the non-traditional security areas. Second one is the question of peace through strength. I'm quoting from Mr. Trump. Peace through strength, can it be done with sufficient prior consultation between Washington and Seoul? Recently, there was a media report on what is called a Courageous Channel, which is a civilian evacuation exercise conducted in Korea, which was done second time, first time since 2009. So this sort of relays a sort of uncomfortable feelings among Koreans and so on and so forth. There's also the question of dual containment or double containment. Theorists on alliance would say alliance has two components. One is deterring the enemy to protect the junior alliance partner. And I think this aspect has been mostly highlighted thus far. But from now on, particularly when the presidential election produces a result in which the opposition party candidate becomes the president, I think another aspect that is the more capable partner constrains the junior partner from developing a more capable self-defense abilities. And I think that aspect may be highlighted in the future. And there is also the question of burden sharing. I think many people have already talked about in earlier sessions. And I think we need to make it clear that alliance is not a quid pro quo business transaction. So that, and also it is very important time that we need to focus on more important issues rather than making those questions surface. And finally, the exclusivity question. I think Korea has faced at least 6 different dilemmatic situations in the last 2 years. Exclusivity question is basically both the US and China ask South Korea, are you with us or against us? TPP, AIIB, CICA, the V-Day commemoration in Beijing, and South China Sea, and the deployment of THAAD. And I think this has put South Korea in a very troubled and difficult situation. I think we need to create a higher level of understanding on these issues so that South Korea will not be put into that kind of situation again. And I obviously think that this kind of strategic forum will provide a very valuable venue through which mutual understanding can be cultivated. And if problems arise, a better management of those problems can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Now, Patrick Cronin, the floor is yours.
Dr. Kim, thank you. And I'm going to commend CSIS and the Korea Foundation for such a stellar lineup today. It's really an honor to be part of this group. 5 minutes is a short amount of time to deal with the big issue, but I would note that Kim Jong-un could cause a war within less than 5 minutes. So let me make 4 points focused on North Korea, because as much as I want to talk about shaping the region, dealing with China, dealing with global alliance, dealing with trade, dealing with burden sharing, if we don't deal with North Korea, we're all in trouble. So the 4 points, more offered as a prescription perhaps than sort of a narrative, is that the ROK and U.S. have to share our evolving threat perception about North Korea, and in the meantime have to double down on deterrence. Deterrence, deterrence, deterrence. Let's do no harm first. Let's protect the peace. Even before President Park's political crisis, the democratic transitions both in the United States in 2017 and the ROK in 2018 were bound to cause potential miscalculation and create a window of vulnerability. Even more so after the political crisis, even more so after the election of Donald Trump. The North's pursuit of nuclear weapons is changing the equation. 23 years ago, we were briefing General Shalikashvili, among others, on how to deal with the potential nuclear breakout that was really materializing back in 1993, 94. And now we're on the cusp of North Korea actually deploying weapons that can hit the United States. I know we don't know the timeline exactly, but happening during this new administration seems very likely on the current trajectory. And that may not change everything, but the risk is rising. Miscalculation and accidents are increasingly possible. And Kim Jong-un may see President Park in a political death spiral, may see Obama as a lame duck, may see the Trump transition as something worth probing, may believe that Beijing will not deliberately destabilize its neighboring buffer state. So there's a lot of scope there for miscalculation. So deterrence first, second, and third. Now, second point is to update the alliance strategy, because deterrence is not enough. That's sort of a negative goal. But it's an essential foundation on which then to develop a new strategy within the ROK-US. We may come out with a version of the old strategy, but it's very important for both the incoming U.S. administration and whatever administrations we may be dealing with in South Korea in the next year and a half, 2 years, to come out with a concerted strategy that can hopefully go beyond sanctions as strategy. I think I'm going to do an interview right afterward about the role of sanctions, but it's very difficult to look at one little tactic in the toolkit and to sort of design a strategy around it. The alliance goal should be to seek to change the Kim mindset regarding being a nuclear weapon state on the scale of Pakistan. The message should be that nuclear weapons will hasten your demise, not give you greater security. There are three basic aims of an alliance strategy, in my view. One is to try to attempt this change mindset. It may not work, but attempting it is still important to do in order to change the cost-benefit analysis of Kim Jong-un. In the meantime, we ought to be deterring, containing, penalizing, and constraining North Korea so long as it persists with expanding missile and nuclear arsenal. That's the price. You know, I think we heard Bob Carlin earlier say he wants to have his cake and eat it too. Right. And we don't want him to have his cake and eat it too. So that's the price of pursuing the nuclear weapons. We may or may not be able to stop him from proliferating, but we can definitely penalize him. And thirdly, we obviously have to be ready to defeat him in a conflict. And that's exercises, strengthening readiness, strengthening defenses. Those things need to happen right now, partly to deter, but also to be ready. Third point is we have to have a comprehensive approach that uses the entire toolkit. Economic sanctions and rewards. Also, economic strategy for the U.S. ROK. I want to go beyond course. The TPP sort of being put off now gives us an opportunity maybe to go back and look at some of these issues and expand on the bilateral trade. Diplomatically, we need to obviously negotiate, to put pressure and to compel, to even talk with North Korea at the same time, to give an alternate route at the same time. These are not mutually exclusive. I think Bruce Klingner made this point earlier. I agree with that. But we mustn't let Pyongyang use peace talks to solidify the legitimacy of the nuclear weapon program and status and to gain further concessions. We have to use information more effectively. We have to build defense in three ways: visible strategic shows of deterrence, mixed with short-term moves to strengthen defense and ensure extended nuclear deterrence and missile defense. Secondly, expanding new types of technology. I've written about this recently on using the third offset strategy, both in the short term and the long term, to stay ahead of this threat. And then thirdly, we need to address as a strategy the issue of preemption that General Sharp raised last week, that we at a minimum need to be prepared because it may be necessary, even if it's not a desired policy. I'm not recommending preemption. I'm talking about being ready and thinking through under what circumstances that could be, that draconian step could be necessary. And fourth and finally, let's remember the big picture here. Let's go back to the 1950 to 53 war. Ever since then, we have more or less been locked in a box of a Cold War with North Korea. There have been attempted breakouts. My good friend Scott Snyder has written eloquently about these attempts in many ways. Some have been nascently acceptable, and successful in the agreed framework and the six-party talks. There have been attempts to try to break out, but the reality is we've always fallen back on fundamentally a Cold War. The good news is we prevented from going back into a hot war, so we're not back in the 1950 to 53 situation. The bad news is we would like to get to peace, and peace would require something like a regime change or unification, and that would be desirable. We've written about this issue, and I think compellingly about why it could be in the interest of the U.S. and in the region and in Korea. The problem is none of us has a magic path to get there peacefully. So we're stuck in the Cold War box. That's the likely reality from which we're going to be managing this issue. So I come back to deterrence, 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 and then let's develop a new strategy. And after we've got the North Korean issue in hand with our alliance in terms of a strategy, we can then talk again about the very important agenda globally and regionally that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Now, Dr. Sol.
Thank you. I have prepared several agendas, but since I am next to the last, some of the issues have been already taken. So I'll speak about only one issue, which is about regional order in Northeast Asia and the American leadership. I will probably speak about kind of dark side of bilateral U.S.-Korea alliance. That doesn't mean that I'm pessimistic, but I'm a bit of concerned with the future of the bilateral relations. So starting from the regional order, yeah, it is, to me, it is likely that the regional order will be destabilized, not just by the rising China, but also maybe we can think of the new America that if it really pursue so-called America First slogans and intend to engage selectively with the region. The regional order is has a normative dimensions of the structure that is underwritten by not just material forces, balance of power, but also there's an element of legitimate social purpose that makes the lesser states, makes the smaller states to voluntarily consent with the structure that is legitimize unequal power. In that sense, here in East Asia, the order is underpinned actually by broader constituency for American leadership, American engagement, hub and spoke structure in security, and also liberal economic regime in economic sphere. But now the TPP issue that the United States withdrew from the TPP, this is about the economic regime, but at the same time, it is a strategic means, one pillar of America's regional architecture. There's a widespread or some disagreement among the countries like Japan and Korea that, this is a deal, TPP is a deal initiated by the United States. The history of the TPP, that it was originally P4 and then turned to P6, and the American president changed the name into Trans-Pacific Strategic Partnership, and then you deleted strategic, and then now it's TPP, and then innovated and then concluded by the United States, despite despite the sort of disagreement and also the pride that this TPP deal is too much serve American interests, and now United States says that it's a bad deal. So looking over the whole process of these particular negotiation, which has both strategic and economic dimensions, this shows that the United States might disengage, particularly in these trade issues, and then you use bilateral trade pressures that we have seen during the second part of the Reagan administrations and the Bush administrations. So that's one aspect of disagreement in the region. And also the U.S. demand for greater burden sharing that we have discussed so far. The gentleman just talked about the issue that, you sort of, monetize the relationship. Alliance relationship. The image of, this alliance is it's been pointed out that it's not just about, defending one country, but it is more of the values and principles and history. And now you make monetary calculations to spend more money to sustain it, things like that. That kind of discourse is quite, unpopular among the general public in Korea and maybe in Japan. So in that sense, back to the question of regional order and United States has a political authority in making the regional order. Once again, it's a combination of your material capability and also some sort of soft power dimensions that it's about the normative social purpose.
Then, I mean, if the new administrations kind of, disregard the second part and then pursue this, material, disproportionate share of material resources, then that may make America greater, but make America less influential in terms of, making or updating regional order. So that's kind of concern. And further, we just mentioned that the Korean situation now, it's in the political turmoil. This, candlelight demonstrations for the past 6 weeks and then 7th weeks, and each week you have the record, you set the record in terms of, participation number. We're not sure, until when this, candlelight strike goes on, but there's a powerful, I think, powerful influence or legacies in terms of politics in South Korea that, next government or the presidential campaign, there will be very strong sort of, populist voices there, and then the new leaders, whether who is, progressive or, maybe the middle position, they will have to be responsive to the popular demand. That's been represented by the candlelight strikes. So in that sense, politics is volatile, and politics will be kind of, populist. But also, I should mention that the younger generations in their 10s and 20s and 30s, this populism is not really about the nationalist or nativist that we saw in the United States or in Britain, but those people are very much globally oriented, have an international mindset, but they do believe or disappointed, by the future that, your life will not be getting better under the situation. So there's a, resentment, frustrations and resentment, and that in the global outlook. So if, the image of the United States would be, turns to be, turns to be more heavy-handed, more self-centered, or more often protectionist, and you might see some, that's not a good match with the general, popular sentiments in South Korea. So in that sense, I'm sort of, concerned that the future of the bilateral relationship is not going to be rosy.
Okay. It's going to be okay, even though it is not quite rosy. Okay. Van Jackson.
Sure. So let me just say first, when I woke up this morning and chose my socks, I didn't realize I was going to be on a stage. I thought we were going to be in a table where my legs would be hidden. So I'm going to talk briefly about the regional lens. And it's the East Asia context that's kind of a blind spot or a gap for the alliance. Because historically, we were always bore-sided, kind of narrowly, rightfully, on the North Korea problem. And then, more recently, we kind of skipped ahead, declared ourselves a global alliance. Imeongbak, global Korea, right? But since the death of six-party talks, we haven't had a strong anchoring concept for how the alliance fits into North Korea, or fits into South Korea's neighborhood. Is there a strategic purpose for the alliance in the region? Can the alliance survive the changes happening at the regional level in East Asia? I would answer yes to both. So there are three major features of the emerging security landscape in the region that the alliance will not only have to contend with, but that the alliance can and should play a productive role within. And these features are things that we should expect to be even more consequential, more prominent over the next few years than they are even today. So a greater diffusion of military power, decentralization of military power, hobbled, weak, or porous regional institutions, not optimized for crisis management and high politics, and then Chinese expansion of a semi-formal sphere of influence. And so I think everybody gets the first two. Happy to talk about this in like a Q&A, so I won't dwell on those. And I would just say that we have every expectation, or I do at least, that in a Trump administration, these features of the landscape will only intensify. They will only be exacerbated. But the third feature of the landscape merits unpacking for a second. China's expanding sphere of influence. In part because, one, it doesn't often get explicit mention. We view and analyze China's behavior in a very piecemeal fashion. And two, because Trump has shown a willingness, at least rhetorically, to consider operating foreign policy on the basis of spheres of influence in the Russia context at a minimum. And so spheres of influence have two prevailing features: control and exclusion, usually in relation to another state's relationships with third parties, but it can be bigger than that too. And so there's much more to say about this. There's a great piece in the Osang Forum, latest issue, about this very thing. And the thing I'll note for now is that China has established mostly a formal sphere of influence in much of its periphery over the last decade. And it's gone largely unchallenged in doing so. Why? Because they were with countries that were not strategically important to the United States, and because these countries were economically dependent on China. So there was sort of a grudging consensualism about falling within China's sphere of influence. But the problem that I see is that there is evidence suggesting that China seeks to expand this sphere of influence to encompass the Korean Peninsula and parts of Southeast Asia. And so how does all this stuff, all these three factors, shape and shove the alliance? And how should the alliance respond? I can think of three ways. One thing we can do as an alliance is keep South Korea on the leading edge of military modernization. So I have a lot of thoughts about how to do that. The basic principle, though, is that we should be using the alliance not as a mechanism that restrains South Korean defense capability development, but actually nurtures it, especially in the area of long-range precision munitions. Look at the trend lines of where the region is going. Keep your allies at the front end of that trend line, right? The second thing that the alliance can do to adapt to the emerging environment is plug the alliance into what Secretary of Defense Carter calls the principled security networks, which are blossoming all over the region since the Bush administration. Right? There is a larger logic to these fluid configurations of new bilateralism, trilateralism, multilateralism. These networks are a kind of hedge against divide and rule strategies by future aggressive powers. And they're pretty low cost, pretty low risk, right? So why not plug the alliance into these larger frameworks? And then finally, this is the biggest, probably the most controversial thing we can do, is resist Chinese attempts to expand its sphere of influence generally, but especially encroachments into the Korean Peninsula, right? This means two specific and immediate things for policy, at least. First, we have to ensure THAAD deployment. For whatever reasons relating to North Korea, yes, but to avoid setting a bad precedent of conceding to Chinese heavy-handed demands. China made it bigger than North Korea. And there's a long shadow of the future in dealing with China. So if we send the wrong signal now, we accrue those costs more greatly over time because there's a long shadow of the future. And I don't see THAAD as a piece on the board of Sino-US military competition. To me, it's not about mutual vulnerability. It's not about the military balance. It's about China seeing THAAD as part of a broader Chinese attempt to expand its control and exclusion prerogatives to encompass Korea, despite the alliance. And then the second thing that we can do or should do is resist, not empower, not enable, but resist Chinese attempts to penetrate North Korea and exercise long-term influence over North Korea. Like, we all want to work with China, and we all want China to work with us on North Korea. We all also know that China has done more to resist our efforts on North Korea than to accommodate them over time. And North Korea is, of course, famously impossible to control. Yet China has created unique inroads, unique types of penetration and relationships with North Korea, economic dependency, party-to-party ties, mill-to-mill ties. So in the near term, what everybody wants is China's quiescence on the North Korea issue. And that would be great. Can they use their leverage to influence North Korea's behavior? I would say probably not, but let's hope so. But in the long term, even if they can, in the long term, and I'm just following my own reasoning here, the kind of influence and dependency that China has established in much of its periphery, and that there are signs of it as being established in North Korea as well, is pernicious. It is a strategic foothold for China to have a sphere of influence that includes the Korean Peninsula. And it doesn't matter how North-South issues get resolved. It doesn't matter how unification proceeds or evolves. China will have that sphere of influence. It will have a foothold in there to expand control and exclusion prerogatives. So if we're playing the long game, then developing relationships in North Korea, the alliance, penetrating North Korea, the alliance, that's what we should be doing. Explicitly not encouraging China to do that. And that's the only smart way to go, in my view.
Very good. Thank you. We have listened to 6 very enlightening kind of presentations. If you don't mind, I will ask 1 or 2 questions to each speaker, starting with Dr. Shin-Bum Chul. You briefly talked about wartime OPCON transfer that is likely to be raised by the Trump administration. Then how do you assess the Korea's kind of a preparedness to deal with kind of a upcoming challenge? Up until right now, we have been dealing with this issue, so-called from the perspective of condition-based kind of approach. Do you think if we set the kind of a specific timeline, then Korea is ready to accommodate that kind of a new situation, do you think?
I think that's a very good question considering the current situation. As you mentioned that in the year 2013 or 14, around that time, we postponed once again the Afghan transition. At that time, the term was the condition-based transition, maybe middle of 2020. Until that time, we had a tremendous effort. We decided the Afghan transition in 2006, if my memory is right, at that time, August. But it once again postponed after Cheonan Yeonpyeong incident in
December
2011.
15.
Yes, right. And then now the Park Geun-hye administration once again postponed the Afghan transition. It is as a matter of contention, whether on the one side, we have to prepare our military capability to deter North Korea and to lead military operation in Korean Peninsula. On the other hand, we need a coordination problem. That is coordination between ROK and United States. We have a good development until early 2010. But since we once again, after the postponed middle of 2020, I think the motive naturally is decreasing. But now, actually, if I correct, the voices of the Afghan transition does not come from the Trump campaign or the aid of the advisor of Trump. It is raised the voice of some scholarly field, whether there is a possibility, because the Trump, during his political campaign, mentioned about the kind of retrenchment, sentiment like that. If he takes that kind of sentiment as a real foreign policy, there will be a possibility of transition. Then the voice is raised by, Victor is not here, he first raised the voices, and there is some response in the Korean society. But I think first, as I emphasized, we need a consultation. The United States really have that kind of a sentiment as a new administration, or on the other hand, do we really prepare for the transition? I think the military preparation takes a tremendous time. It needs budget. The budget always the thinking about it planned the 5 years budget plan, but considering the Korea's economic situation, it is not easy increasing the military budget, maybe 10% every year. So I think that we need to prepare the budget, and we need to prepare the strategy, and we need to prepare the how we coordinate it during the process. So I think it's not easy. So that's the reason I think I emphasize the policy coordination. If we have some kind of a change in our policy, we need to first consult each other's government our intention secretly. Or if we just come out from the mouth, I think it might cause another problem. So maybe we need a comprehensive review about of transition after, I believe, new Korean administration came up, because the current situation, political situation in Korea, domestic politics, I think it is very hard to discuss the matter. So I think if the U.S. has the kind of sentiment in mind, I hope they discuss with probably next administration of Korea.
Van, but by the way, in this context, you pointed out, United States needs to make ROK have kind of a leading edge in its military modernization. What Dr. Shin said is more like conducive to what you have just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, so largely, yes, I would agree with that. I personally don't think the timing or who has UPCON is super consequential in the larger sense. If the Trump administration seeks to push that much sooner, much faster, much more completely, I don't think that has any negative strategic consequences. And if we hold it longer, I also don't think that has any negative strategic consequences. So I don't see that as weighing on the scales in any big way.
Okay, Mike, you said you are a little bit worried about the upcoming presidential elections in South Korea. If opposition wins, what do you think would be the first thing to do on the part of the United States so that our alliance remains kind of intact, remains strong? Do you have any recommendations to?
I'm not worried. I'm not worried because I think that an opposition candidate will move away from the U.S. ROK alliance. I think the Nomu-hyun experience pretty much convinced everyone in the Minjudang or Uridang or whatever opposition party that trying to break the U.S. ROK alliance is bad for business. It's bad for the sovereign debt rating of Korea. It's bad for internal political cohesion. It's bad. So I don't worry about the substantive policy. I worry more about the mood music. And what Van said about showing U.S. ROK alignment on regional issues is right. I think this administration will be pretty hardline on North Korea. I really don't think Donald Trump's going to try to meet Kim Jong-un. And it is going to be an administration that does judge alliances less on sentimentality and kachikapshida and history together, and more on, is it a good deal? So in that, if that's right, I could be wrong, by the way, there's a lot we just don't know, then there isn't going to be a lot of room for a political dynamic in Seoul that is somehow sort of challenging the alliance. I mean, my experience with the Nomu-hyun government was that substantively they did more for the alliance than a lot of our other allies in Asia, but they never wanted to show that because their political base wanted them to say they were doing this so the U.S. wouldn't bomb North Korea with nuclear weapons, and they needed a certain level of tension with the U.S., and so the themes that came out were not, the music was not consistent with the substance of what we were doing as allies. I used to joke, and Ambassador Verspel stole this line and used it all the time, that at the time the U.S.-Korea alliance was like what Mark Twain said about the music of Richard Wagner. It's not as bad as it sounds. So we'll see what happens with the Trump administration, but if it doesn't quite settle on its strategy, and if it is focused on transactional things, then that could be damaging. And I'll tell you honestly that in the No More Hyun years, there were voices in the Bush administration, not me, not Patrick, who were thinking about whether we needed to, in the long term, downgrade our alliance with Korea and count on it less. And most of us said, no, that's wrong. Look at everything we're doing together. Look at the public opinion polls, which, by the way, when the U.S. shot up, that was right after the Iraq invasion. But because of the reality of the North Korea threat in China, the polls went up. So having experienced that, I worry a little bit about, with this administration, how that would
If I talk to some advisors in the Moon Jae-in camp, they appear to be ready to scrap three things. The first thing is THAAD deployment decision. Second, GSOMIA, and the Comfort Women Agreement.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how does it play? I mean, that's, that's three shocks that will cause people in a new administration here, or still relatively new administration, to really question the alliance. Now, there will be a lot of people, Mad Dog Mattis, the Secretary of Defense, who know about alliances and get it. There'll be a lot of people who shore up the alliance and will get through it, but it's not helpful. And one of the things it does is it tempts Beijing to think, I don't agree with Van that China has spheres of influence. I think what we're finding is it's hard for us to develop spheres of influence to deal with China's coercion, and I'd put it slightly differently. But this will tempt China to think that it can peel Korea away from the U.S. And it'll tempt North Korea to think that we won't have a unified response. That's the geopolitical or strategic danger.
Jae-ho, you have been following through many developments taking place on the part of China, but this is U.S. ROK alliance session. How do you assess the Chinese perception about ROK U.S. alliance of recent years? Van Jackson emphasized that China resists Assad deployment because China is trying to expand its own sphere of influence by encompassing the Korean Peninsula, including South Korea, of course. Do you agree with that? The Chinese kind of a general perception about evolving ROK U.S. alliance.
Chinese perception of the Korea-U.S. alliance has evolved over the years. I think they, for the first time, had a wishful thinking about the ROK-U.S. alliance during the Roh Moo-hyun administration. They thought South Korea was really moving away from the U.S. to a considerable extent. But when the Lee Myung-bak administration came in, and they targeted at restoring the U.S.-Korea alliance as the most important priority, they changed their views. However, I think when President Park Geun-hye came in, and obviously I think the Park Geun-hye administration thought strengthening the Korea-American alliance was already done by the Lee Myung-bak administration. So it was not their diplomatic blue ocean. So they thought sort of improving ties with China, which was sort of went through a difficult period during the Lee Myung-bak administration, was a good policy area to work on. And President Park Geun-hye went to China in 2013, and the administration dubbed the visit as a trip designed to build trust from the bottom of their heart. And then 2014, President Xi Jinping came to Korea, and they dubbed the trip as Danchin, which is seeking relatives. So based on these two trips, somehow two countries appear to be getting much closer than they really were. I think since then, both governments and the media in both countries sort of overplayed the emotions and relationship between the two leaders. And then that culminated in the V-Day commemoration in which President Park Geun-hye went to Beijing. But all of those sort of broke down after over the issue of THAAD deployment. Now I think I've been to China in the last 3 weeks, Changchun, Shenzhen, and Yangzhou, all for the public diplomacy forums. And I realized that Chinese have now come to a second awakening about their perceptions of the Korea-US alliance. So I think we're heading, we're going to face a quite difficult period as far as Korea-China relations are concerned, not because of the technical issues involved in the THAAD, but because of the Chinese awareness that South Korea cannot be sort of taken away from this alliance framework. So I think, I don't know whether there will be a good news for Korea-China relations in the long run, but somehow we have to get through it.
Mm-hmm. Patrick, by the way, you briefly touched upon so-called third offset strategy. I don't know what that really is, even though I'm very much interested in. That must be impacting U.S.-China relationship, through which ROK U.S. alliance might be influenced. So can you elaborate on the possible impact of third offset strategy on ROK U.S. alliance?
Well, thank you for that question. Let me refer everyone to our website to look at our new report on this issue, but it basically riffs off what Dr. Jackson was talking about in terms of this diffusion of precision-guided munitions posing a challenge for the alliance security and for the United States and South Korea to work hand in hand at pursuing military modernization and dual-use technologies that allow us to keep ahead of this curve rather than fall further behind. Now, that's not an easy challenge for a lot of reasons. One of the challenges is internal to ROK's approach to research and development, and I would encourage reading a chapter in this volume on some of the challenges that South Korea has. The other problem is the United States and the challenges we have with acquisition, making choices, the need to make tough choices here that don't leave allies behind. Ensuring this intelligence and information on sensitive technology is a tough issue politically. It takes trust. It takes those strong sort of alliance managers that Mike Green was and is on the outside advising administrations on how to make sure, as Van Jackson's talking about, how to make sure we move ahead in meaningful ways to help South Korea stay on the leading edge. For me, that's the more realistic end of how do you keep China from having too much influence. It's a little more problematic. I mean, I think Van's got a wonderful logic train here, so I don't want to fall on the logic. But at some point, we also need China to be part of a solution for a region, and therefore we have trade-offs to make with China as well. Some of it is influence in North Korea, and some of it is preventing too much influence, and there's a balancing act there. But they don't like that. They don't like the high technology. They don't like this alliance getting networked with Japan. And yet those are things that are in South Korea's fundamental security interests and in the U.S. fundamental security interests. So I see this going forward based on interests in even the Trump administration.
Okay. Dr. Son, you touched upon TPP and other issues by saying that TPP has strategic as well as economic dimensions in itself. But if United States scrap the TPP, obviously it will be having some negative impact on U.S. kind of a regional strategy toward Asia, broadly speaking. But during the Obama administration, under the banner of Pivot to Asia, or rebalancing toward Asia, they have been emphasizing how to strengthen alliances and while paying greater attention to regional cooperation or multilateral cooperation. So if this kind of a trend continues, Do you think the existing People to Asia policy will be having kind of a drastic turnaround, and it will be having some negative impact upon U.S. alliance policy as well as regionalist policies as a whole?
That's a very difficult, big question.
Sorry. But you have to answer very, easy way.
Easy, short, concise. I don't know. There's been a criticism over, pivot. That one is that it's overly, militarist, in a sense that you have a military pivot, but not really an economic pivot. And now economic pivot was almost into making, and then you're going to repeal it. So then what's left? Yes, you have military alliances here, and it has been reported that the next Trump administrations will spend more in military. But economically, you scrap and then take more bilateral approach to the region. So that means, in terms of regional architecture, you once again have very much security oriented one. But like I said before, the regional order has been sustained not just by the military balance of power, but the other economic and social purposes. And in that sense, the lack of the latter dimension might cost American leadership in the region. Then the next question is whether China or Japan will take that. There's a political vacuum, and it will fill the gap. That's another question, and seemingly, our current discussion doesn't really, give voices to China as the new leadership.
In the similar context, Van, you talked about the expansion of Chinese sphere of influence on the Korean Peninsula and Southeast Asia to some extent. But as we have been witnessing for the recent years, Southeast Asia is becoming kind of a hotspot for great power, kind of a rivalry, kind of a love core to Southeast Asian nations. How do you assess Chinese sphere of influence in Southeast Asia? You are located, closer than Washington because you are based in Honolulu.
That's right.
Yeah. How do you assess Chinese kind of a power, sphere of influence in Southeast Asia? If Trump administration just cut off its attention to regional cooperation in the Asia Pacific, I think a U.S. kind of strategy towards Southeast Asia is going to get somewhat dwindled. How do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so the United States has not established clear red lines in the South China Sea yet, right? We may not ever, but we are there. And China is engaging in assertive activity routinely in the South China Sea. Everybody knows this, right? But there is a lot of friction, there's a lot of pushback, there's a lot of resistance. And so the difference between the South China Sea and Korea compared with the rest of China's periphery, right? Mongolia, Nepal, all the stands, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, China has established what they call strategic comprehensive partnerships with all these small peripheral countries. What they've done is set up, they've leveraged their economic centrality to these countries. They said, in strategic agreements, in joint public statements, they say you get a holistic issue linkage-based partnership with us. That means you get trade, aid, and investment from us. In exchange, we're not asking for a lot. We're asking for you forswearing ever alliances against us. We're asking that you agree to never use your airspace or territory to host bases that might encircle us or target us, that you never attack us, right? And that we get certain extraterritorial rights, exclusive rights for gas pipelines and things like this. That is a sphere of influence. That's exactly the criteria. It's control over something to do with another state to the exclusion of other states. It's an exclusive kind of control. It's a zero-sum kind of control. But they established these relationships with countries where like nobody was pushing back, and the countries were more or less okay with it because they didn't have much of a choice. The difference with Korea is there is a choice. The difference in the South China Sea is there is a choice, right? They're getting friction when they're expanding this type of model into areas where countries have the capacity to resist. And so the important thing is to maintain the capacity to resist. I'm not advocating confrontation with China, right? We still want to work with China, but trying to get China to influence North Korea near term is not the same thing as allowing China to have long-term influence over North Korea.
Thank you. Okay, I will take a couple of questions from the floor, if any. Okay? Please identify yourself. And
Hello, my name is G.A. Kim. I'm an undergrad student at GW. I feel like it's inevitable to talk about wartime operational control transfer. Well, according to an article from the New York Times, the joint communique after the last meeting stated that the United States would let South Korea take wartime operational control of Allied forces when, here's the important part, the security environment on the Korean Peninsula and in the region is conducive to a stable operational transition. In short, it can be understood as being conditional. Here, I would like to ask all panels 2 questions. 1, what kind of circumstances do you think is referred to as being stable and conducive? 2, can Japan having their own self-defense forces, well, 자위대, be said to create more stable or conducive environment for the peninsula?
Okay.
Can you just repeat that last question? I'm sorry.
Can Japan having their own self-defense forces be said to create more stable or conducive environment for the peninsula?
SDF, whether they can contribute to more stable kind of environment on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Would it be a threat or would it help?
Okay. And yeah, before answering to that question, okay, now I will take another question.
Yeah, maybe a good final question, since we're talking about alliance management. I'd like y'all just to think, maybe if, Mike especially maybe, because you brought up the importance, the advantages of alliances. Just what, I'm now listening to Van, I'm getting confused on what this alliance is all about. I'm worried that, I think the alliance is about North Korea, pure and simple. That's why it was born. That's what, we have a huge threat here. That's what we're talking about all day, North Korean nuclear threats. Shouldn't the alliance be narrowly focused on North Korea? Van seems to be bringing in China and so much other stuff. Seems like the further out you draw your alliance, the more you endanger it, even within South Korea, even within the U.S. So I guess what I'm asking, maybe each of the panelists to volunteer, do you think the alliance is about North Korea, or is it about East Asia?
You mean the military alliance, right?
Military, I'm thinking this is a military alliance. That's what it is, a military security alliance. I mean, we have friendly relations with Mexico, with most countries in the world. We don't have military alliances with most countries in the world. So I'm thinking this alliance is very important. It's got a critically important job with regard to North Korea. But to the degree we start to add on other elements to it, like China, we start removing the bedrock aim of what the alliance is all about.
Yeah, this is about kind of a nuanced expectation gap between Seoul and Washington about the scope of the alliance, if I'm correct. Okay, Mike?
Well, on that question, the military planning, yeah, the primary focus should be for the command on the peninsula, deterring or defeating any North Korean aggression. But I think it's a false distinction to say that the security of Northeast Asia or Asia overall is not connected to the security on the Korean Peninsula, planning and technological issue. And then in terms of the geopolitics of the Korean Peninsula, look, China's going to have to play a role. I don't think anybody denies that. And I think all three of us would all agree China's not going to play that role if we just beg them or think of some sweetener. They're going to do it because they see alliances consolidating in a way that are against Beijing's geopolitical interests. So how we handle the regional issue is going to have a direct effect. Jointness is capability. And I don't understand why we would give up jointness. Maybe it's possible to have some up-country transfer and keep jointness, but that's a tricky problem. And so once we solve that, then we'd have a better military set of circumstances to think about how we do OPCON transfer. But to do that now would risk sending the wrong signals geopolitically, but also throwing away one of the great advantages we have. And we don't have it with Japan, by the way. We're not joint and combined with Japan. So that's an asset at a time when the threat's increasing. I'd be careful, especially if the sphere of influencing is right. Actually, I'd be extra careful. But I didn't like this when I was in the White House and Secretary Rumsfeld raised it. And I found out about it after the fact, like most of the rest of the government.
Patrick, briefly about self-defense forces of Japan and how it is related with the Korean Peninsula peace and security.
Well, there are different perceptions, obviously, on the Korean Peninsula on this issue from Japan and from the United States, but I see Japan as trying to contribute to regional and global security. I see the recent signing of the Information Intelligence Sharing, the GSOMI Agreement, and cooperation on missile defense and talking about contingency plans as conducive to preserving stability and deterrence on the Korean Peninsula. There are scenarios when they could be otherwise, but this is the role that I see Japan playing right now. And I think it's important for us to maintain this spirit. Just back to this question, though, on the purpose of the alliance. At the moment, as I said, we have to keep our focus on the deterrence and the North Korea problem. It's a larger relationship, and I've written elsewhere, and I agree with Van in terms of the vision and the need. And if we were a couple of years ago, I would have a lot more breathing space to think about this longer-term vision. But where I am right now, including the potential rupture in Korea-Japan relations and U.S.-Korea relations and China relations, there's a lot to worry about here. So it's very important for us to make sure we get our fundamentals right before we do too much and become too ambitious.
I would just add too quickly, nothing I said is mutually exclusive with having North Korea be the near-term and long-term priority. Like talking about what to do about THAAD, that complements, it's an added reason, not a distracting reason for deploying THAAD, things like that.
Can I add one final 2 seconds about the self-defense forces in Japan? And as Patrick said, we know it's a hard issue between Japan and Korea. If North Korea attacks South Korea, the Korean government will be grateful for every self-defense force person there is, every Japanese anti-missile defense cruiser, Aegis destroyer, every ASW ship, every F-15. The Korean government will be grateful that those are there. So the question is, how do we manage this so that it's not a source of friction, so that we're working for common purposes?
Sorry, the time is up. So I think, why don't you take advantage of the breaks? I think we have had a very useful discussion. Nowadays, we are talking about so-called the liberal international order is being challenged by the election of Donald Trump, whether it is true or not. But I believe the core elements of liberal international order include alliance, free trade, and U.S.-led multilateralism. Among others, I think alliance is the key to maintaining U.S. global leadership, through which U.S. national interest can be maximized. So in that sense, I hope the Trump administration will be able to open kind of a new chapter in alliance policy, including ROK U.S. alliance relationship. So on that hopeful note, let me adjourn this session. I will propose all of you to give a big round of applause for our panelists.
Report for ourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Kim and panelists. We will now take a brief coffee break.
I want to just make a few very short opening questions to the panel, and then we'll simply go down and I'll introduce them. This panel deals with the economics of the bilateral relationship, and that means it necessarily opens out into the wider regional architecture. We now have pretty convincing evidence, I think, that the election was affected by trade issues. And so let me pose three general questions that I'm sure the panel will answer, because they're the types of questions that are obviously most central. The first and most obvious that's going to come up is about the regional trade architecture. If you look at the campaign, it certainly seems like TPP would be dead, but we have a history of presidents coming into office and fixing trade negotiations or trade agreements that they didn't like. So it's difficult to speculate whether TPP is dead from the United States perspective, but we want to ask questions such as whether it could continue without the United States, what the alternatives might be, and so on. What is the implication of the U.S. leaving the TPP, both strategically and also in terms of the international production networks that the United States and Korea have in the region, which are obviously very dense and are going to be affected by the trade policy choices the United States makes. The second point I want to make, I think, hasn't gotten anywhere near enough attention in the news, which is that we're now not only going into a higher interest rate environment, but we're also going into a strong dollar environment. And ironically, that's likely to compound some of the trade pressures we're going to have between the United States and East Asia, including possibly even with Korea. And so the question comes up of whether that chorus agreement is going to come under stress, given the comments that Mr. Trump made in the course of his campaign. What would a renegotiated chorus look like? What parts of it would be open to negotiation? These are questions which need to be on the table. And then finally, I want to say something about Korea itself. I think we've forgotten, and of course all Koreans know, that since 2011 in particular, Korea has actually been in a pretty low growth mode, under 3%, which of course is historically way below the norm. And that raises questions of what structural reforms and other types of reforms might be on the agenda to get Korean growth up. And I should also say that Korea is trade exposed. Trade is a contentious issue, or is becoming a contentious issue in Korea, with a tremendous exposure to China and increasing inequality there as well. So we haven't seen the populist candidate yet from Korea, but there are certainly some candidates on the horizon that could play that role moving forward. Let me introduce our panel very quickly. You have them in the book. We're pleased to start with Minister Kim Jong-un, who I've had the pleasure of knowing for some time, who has served both in the National Assembly, interestingly, and as the Minister of Trade at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. An Duk-kun is a professor at Seoul National University. Jung Yong-hun has a very interesting note in your readings on the energy trade between the United States and Korea. That's a new issue. Scott Miller directs the International Business Program here, and James Loy is now a partner at the Asia Group, but served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for East Asian Pacific Affairs at State prior to joining the Asia Group. So I suggest each of you take about 5 to 7 minutes. I'll pull you off the stage if you don't, and then we can leave it open largely for comments from the floor. Thanks very much. Minister Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hager, first of all, for your precise pronunciation about my name. We have another Kim up there in the north. His name is quite similar to mine. But let me make it very clear that I'm not that kind of man. Well, you raised four issues here, but let me touch just 2 of them. First, my personal view over global trade, and then our bilateral trade, including Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. Let me start with my view on current state of global trade and perspective in the future. Well, as you know, global trade grew around 8% in average by volume, year-to-year basis, since 1980 through 1990s, up to 2008, I believe. But however, for recent 4 years, I mean, after 2012, 13, 14, 15, the growth level of global trade stagnated at a level of 2.5% more or less. And if I put it in value-wise, it showed minus percentage. 2011, 2012, 13, 14, and in case of last year, in 2015, it showed minus 16%, reflecting the changes in prices. Again, in investment, cross-border FDI booked down at the level of $25 trillion in the concept of a stock. So there's no increase as such. And another thing quite pessimistic is, well, as everybody knows, Doha round aimed at WTO plus, but it failed. And in the course of being failed, we didn't find any kind of a leadership to make a breakthrough since it ran onto Iraq. And these days we witness increasing number of cases of imposing anti-dumping duties and or countervailing duties here and there, or including on products of made in Korea. Well, and popularly and politically, blames were put on globalization as a social divide widened and job lost. We're taking these negative development and phenomena into consideration. It seems to me it would be very hard for global trade to pick up in a short days. And although we see some indication of slow and shy economic recovery, particularly in the United States, seems to me the global trade will be very hard to pick up again. One thing remarkable is that there is a sharp increase in e-commerce and the flow of digitalized data. I don't know whether this is a new mode of globalization, and if it is, I don't know whether this kind of new mode of globalization can be a good answer to those popular and political concerns, quote and unquote, caused by globalization. Second, I really admit and recognize the U.S. Glorious tradition and reputation of playing the leading role as the torch carrier in accelerating liberalization of trade and investment. In my mind, making rules by which every trading country abides have been the paragon of open and free trade. Well, again, quote and unquote, trade by rule has transformed a very naked struggle among trading nations in the world market into a open and fair competition. That's what we have witnessed through the successful development of GATT and that of WTO and those of RTAs and FTAs. Well, I can put it in a simple way, trade by rule. And in making rules in world trade, U.S. leadership was the centerpiece to make a breakthrough in whatever kind of obstacles we faced so far. Well, at present juncture, when global trade is sluggish, a renewed leadership of the U.S. is required, and at the same time, we need a concerted effort to put ourselves on right track to find ways to solutions based on internationalism rather than nationalism, and based on trade by rule rather than unilateralism, and based on open trade and free trade rather than protectionism. So these are my key words that we have to direct ourselves to make a breakthrough in this conjuncture when global trade looks very sluggish. Well, now let me turn to our bilateral trade, particularly my evaluation of 4 years of implementation of Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. As you know well, after negotiations was concluded in April 2007, the text has been changed at 2 occasions. First, when the U.S. Congress proclaimed, again, quote and unquote, new trade policy, we rewrote the text in 2 chapters, one in labor and the other in environment in June 2007. officially signed, but that was not the end. Well, it entered into force March 2012, only after we renegotiated once again on a couple of issues, among which automobile was the main. And at that time, though, mutual efforts were made to balance the benefits through give and take, but renegotiating itself had brought about a great deal of political burden at home. Well, now my evaluation of last 4 years, if we compare trade figures before the agreement and after 4 years, first, world trade showed minus 5% down for last 4 years, while our two-way trade volume showed 15% up. I mean, increased by 15%. And such growth in trade has brought forth mutual increase in market shares. U.S. share in Korea import market from 8.5% to 11% last year. And on the other hand, Korean share in U.S. import market raised from 2.6% to 3.4%. So this is, I may say, a win-win outcome. And I could not find any such a similar example among the FTA partner countries of the United States. And I have to say, U.S. export to Korea has been led by goods that benefited tariff elimination or reduction in accordance with the agreement. Examples are automobiles, pharmaceuticals, beef, cheese, and almond, etc. And all in all, Korea records 25 billion surplus in goods, while U.S. records 10 billion surplus in trade and services. So I particularly would like to notice a rapid increase of e-commerce and import of intellectual properties from the United States. And these are certainly new areas to expand the bilateral trade between our two countries. One thing I would like to add is Korean FDI to the United States doubled from $20 billion to $40 billion for the last 4 years. And this investment created 45,000 quality jobs in the United States with average wage of $91,700 a year, compared with $80,000 a year of average foreign invested corporates. So this is, I mean, the salaries presented by Korean investment corporates is much higher than average, foreign invested corporates in the United States. Well, in my, conclusion of my, brief presentation, I would like to emphasize, for any agreement, implementation is important. And implementation, while it is, precisely and, monitored at regular basis, will serve to mutual benefits during the course. Another point I would like to make is global village has gotten already narrowed, and distances to consumers drastically narrowed, also. And particularly the flow of digitalized data. And this is the area of communication and information technology. And I think this is a really new areas for our two countries to lead the fourth industrial revolution. This will really, explore further the potentials of our two nations for a greater benefits. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much. That was an excellent lead-in, since it covered many of the questions we were talking about. Professor An, do you want to follow?
Yes. Following your questions first, let me start with TPP. The unclear, uncertain fate of TPP is causing big trouble for the Korean government at this moment. TPP is very important FTA, not just for the world trading system, but also for a country like Korea, because it covers not just the most members, but also it embraced a range of new trade rules covering e-commerce, which can be the foundation for the new the template for the digital trade rule, and also state-owned enterprise, which can be the basis for the renovating our public sector. Also, quite important progress for market access in terms of the services and investment rules, and many areas, regulatory cooperation, to name a few. But now it becomes very uncertain. But there are some reasons why we have to carefully see the future of the TPP. Sooner or later, even Japanese governments will ratify this TPP, probably at the end of this week or next week. And already New Zealand finished the ratification, and Australia and Mexico try to follow that. So when we consider these situations, probably something we may encounter is not completely deleting this TPP from the picture. Instead of probably we may have the Trump version of TPP sooner or later, maybe under different name, Trump-Pacific Partnership. I don't know. That is one thing. But the problem is, in case this TPP is still survive this very turbulent political situation, then probably at the time the Korea tried to make an accession to the TPP, it will become much more difficult, the FTA, because it will embrace much more the U.S.-centric the economic interest there. So probably the joining TPP will become a much more difficult issue for the Korean government. That is one issue. The strong dollar issue, yes, for Korea we have a big challenge in terms of the exchange rate policy. Since like 5 years ago, every year, basically twice a year, the Secretary of Finance here issued the exchange rate report, and every time the Korea is recognized as a country that have some problem for our exchange rate policies in terms of transparency, in terms of some manipulation, market intervention, and so forth. So, particularly when the President-elect Trump made very strong statements about exchange rate manipulations against the Chinese government, probably it becomes much more difficult for the Korean government to do whatever kind of exchange rate policy in the exchange rate markets, no matter whether it is smoothing policy or inevitable the governmental order intervention in the market. So probably the next year, the dollar exchange rate of the Korean won will become much more strong, appreciated. So that will cause another trouble for the bilateral trade against the United States. Lastly, briefly, the trade with the China. Recently, as you know, the Chinese government nowadays trying to make implicit or sometimes explicit pressure against trade with Korea. But then, because of basically the THAAD problem, so maybe the early next year, if the THAAD establishment is undertaken as planned, then probably since early next year, we may have much more serious trade problem with China. But in fact, economically speaking, much more serious problem with China is the U.S. and EU are nowadays raising the trade barrier against China by complicating trade remedy procedure and exchange rate policy and IP policy, many such kind of stuff. Then, when U.S. and EU and other Canada, Australia try to raise the trade barrier against China, then those diverted trade will inevitably go to Korea. And the problem is, Korean government, since 2004, we recognize China as market economy. So even in terms of trade remedy actions, we do not have any defense measure. So in fact, we will have huge trade flow from China sooner or later. I think that is much more serious problem. We will have a lot of issue against China, and that implies that the economic relationship between Korea and U.S. Becomes more and more important. But then nowadays we are concerned seriously about the renegotiation of Korea-U.S. FTA and trade pressure because of the trade surplus and so forth. So we have big challenge sooner or later. I'll stop here and later I'll continue.
Before we turn to the energy issues, can I just ask you to speak briefly about the RCEP?
Okay, RCEP. About the RCEP matter, the international relations scholars or the diplomats seems to put a lot of emphasis on this RCEP because the RCEP is the only mega FTA which does not include the United States. But economically speaking, I don't think that we have any significant issue there. Because if you look at the membership there, then we have India, China, Australia, Japan. Basically, the memberships are just too heterogeneous. So it becomes hopelessly difficult to have any kind of compromise there about outstanding trade issue there. So first, it is amazingly difficult to have any kind of compromise with any economically significant issue there. Secondly, in case we have any kind of compromise and then conclude RCEP, then probably the level of compromise will be very, very low. So maybe diplomatically speaking or militarily speaking, it has some issue there because it is probably ASEAN or China-centric mega economic arrangement. But economically speaking or commercially speaking, I don't think it is really serious.
Great, thanks. Professor Jung is going to talk to us about the energy issues.
Yep, thank you. You know, all day long we've been hearing about foreign relations and North Korea. Now, you know, I'll give a talk on energy, which is a very specific the commodity that has been traded worldwide. And, you know, to give just a brief background, you know, world has changed since maybe 2004-05 when we begin to realize there is huge potential of shale, you know, shale formation. We could produce a lot of oil and gas from shale and tight formations. And luckily, you know, all these resources have been developed only in the United States, well, partly in Canada and partly in South America, but the major development is only in the United States. There is a reason to that, and you can come up with maybe a handful, maybe a dozen reasons why, you know, well-developed market and technology and investment. So I think there is a kind of perfect storm for this shale development in the United States with the help of a very high sustained oil price at the time. You know, we experienced about $108 per barrel in 2008, $148 per barrel in 2008. You know, it was not long ago. But now this kind of fear for the high oil price or high oil price has been gone, and no one now worry about the supply shortage. More people worry about, you know, demand peak. You know, whether there'll be a peaking demand soon. So I think, Middle Eastern countries, Russia, and all these oil-producing nations are producing more, and then actually that leads to the collapse of oil price down to below $20 at one time. And I believe that the trend will continue because we discovered a whole new reserves, and which is gigantic in China, in the United States, in all over the world. Different from the conventional oil and gas. All these shale resources are everywhere. Unfortunately, not in Korea. Very unfortunate,
Almost everywhere.
But almost everywhere. And in particular in the United States, the formations are pretty good in their geological structure. It's very conducive for the development. So, and also there's new administration, promised that, in their pledge, presidential pledge, that they will open more federal land for drilling, and also rolling back the regulations and restrictions on shale development. And also they will build more infrastructure, such as, it was yesterday, there was some debate about this Dakota Access Pipeline. But I think we will see what will happen, after new administration take over the office. And then also the Keystone XL, which has been a very thorny issue between the United States and Canada for several years. But all in all, we believe that there will be more support for the shale gas development in the United States, so that we expect there will be more production. And come to the numbers of production. I think current level of U.S. oil production is equivalent to, a little bit less than that of Saudi Arabia, but which is very close, 9.6. It was a record high last year, was 9.6 million barrels per day, and it was very close to the current production of Saudi Arabia. So somebody dubbed the United States as Saudi America or Tex Arabia, because most of these are produced in Eagle Ford and Permian Basin. So we will see, probably more production. In my calculation, probably you have about 2 million barrels per day more, capacity for the production of oil, excluding gas. There are plenty of gas as well, natural gas as well. And the issue is now, where these oil should go. In the United States, probably most of these light sweet oils will not be absorbed because of its characteristic and because of the configuration of the major refineries in the United States. Refineries are configured to take very narrow range of oil. In the United States, a heavy oil. So they cannot take light sweet crude such as condensate, with the API gravity number, 40 and above. So they have to find the market. But where is the market? I think market is in Northeast Asia, in particular in Korea, because we can take a lot of this ultra light sweet crude. We call sometimes, some of them is called condensate, and we have a huge capacity, about 500,000 barrels per day capacity of processing condensate. Also, we can take LPG, a large amount of LPG for the, in technical term, is propane dehydrogenation plant. We make petrochemical stuff out of this propane. And we can take a lot of this, And United States has a huge sort of production of propane and butane, so we can process. We have a market for the U.S., crude oil, condensate, and petrochemical feedstock such as, propane. And now, also, we have a very favorable environment for the U.S. import. Normally, when we import oil from the Middle East, we impose 3% tax, import tariff on crude from the Middle East. But because of the FTA, there's no tariff on U.S. import. 3% is a huge number, for the margin. So we have that sort of a favorable environment, and also we have we pay extra subsidy to the import from the United States. We call it diversification subsidy, which government promoted to encourage the importers to import crude oil from other countries than the Middle East, because we rely heavily on the Middle East. About 90% of our crude is coming from the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iran, Iraq. So there's a incentive for the U.S. Crude producers to export to Korea. Also, the Korean government has launched a big $3 billion project to build Northeast Asian oil hub, which include about totally about 20 million barrel storage and terminals and processing. It'll be constructed right next to the refineries and petrochemical processing plants. So I believe that this oil hub will play a very important role for the U.S. crude and condensate later on. And this oil hub could become a gateway for the U.S. crude and condensate to Northeast Asian market, where there's a huge demand for this product. And also, I mean, this development, Northeast Asia Oil Hub, is a kind of inclusive development in that, later on, Alaskan resources, Arctic resources, and Canadian resources could be developed and then exported to this region through this oil hub. And this is very important because these resources are very high cost resource, high cost, there's a high development cost involved, so that if the price is not sustained and if there's a shortage of demand, probably, these resources will stay underground, may not see the sun, after all. So this is very important aspect for us to remember in terms of energy resource development. Also, this Northeast Asian oil hub could play a catalytic role in promoting LNG trade and propane trade, NGL trade, and also coal trade, because all these countries, Japan, Korea, and China, are importing not only oil and oil product, but also LNG and propane and coal and even uranium. So it's very important, and Korea has a strategic importance, and we have very well developed the infrastructure and the very stable and predictable fiscal system. So these are sort of good sort of conditions that U.S. exporters of energy can take advantage of later on. However, there's challenges as well. One big challenge is that U.S. The shale oil is expensive to develop. It ranges between maybe 40 to 60, while the Middle Eastern crude could be produced at a cost about less than 20. And also Russian oil could be produced, at $20 or less. So there has to be fierce competition. These countries these producers from Russia and the Middle Eastern countries also will, participate in this, Northeast Asian market. And there's a good case in point that Saudi Aramco established a company called S-Oil. U.S. Oil is 100% owned by Saudi Aramco in Korea. It's a Korean company, but owned by Saudi Aramco. And they made huge sort of success in Korean market, targeting not only Korean market, but also the China and Japan. And the importance is this. I want to emphasize three things. One, that there's an issue of local knowledge. Saudi Aramco's, if you look at the Saudi Aramco's case, they come to Korean market. It's a very protective market, but they somehow penetrate and they made a very good investment, and then they got a very good result. And so it's very important that you get involved in this market. And currently, the U.S. producers, shale producers, are not the large companies like Shell or ExxonMobil. It's like smaller than these big companies. So they need a more experience in other countries like Korea and Japan and China. So in my view, Korea could become a very good partner for Northeastern market for the U.S. shale producers, shale oil and gas producers.
Great, thanks very much. Scott, do you want to give us an American perspective on these issues?
Sure. First of all, delighted to hear about this opportunity in energy, because, in part, because what I'm really thrilled about is that the Congress managed to repeal a 40-year-old piece of idiocy called the crude oil export ban, which goes back to the Nixon administration, was repealed, and now it gives us the opportunity to take advantage of some of this cross-production, which is excellent. Let me start back to your original questions. On the TPP, look, I've been at CSIS for a little over 4 years. The first commentary I produced when I got to CSIS was on the benefits of TPP. So I believe in the agreement, I believe it's in the American interest, and will continue to be. However, and I didn't change my point of view on that because we had an election. However, the timing is somewhat suspect. People who followed the U.S.-Korea FTA will remember the timetable on that agreement, negotiated by the Bush administration, concluded in 2007, and didn't see the light of day for about 4 years until 2011 when it was finally ratified by the Congress. So we could be looking at a gap like that. That's unfortunate because the TPP, away from the headlines, had some very important advances, particularly in the ways of the disciplines required to manage and develop the global supply networks that are so important to competitiveness for economies like the U.S. and South Korea. Now, while South Korea wasn't a partner of the TPP, you followed it closely. And let me turn to basically some practical recommendations. I do think that there will be pressure. There will be pressure because the dollar will likely escalate. If you look at the Trump economic agenda, it's fairly clear there's going to be an infrastructure program of some significance that will require debt financing and probably put upward pressure on the dollar. Likewise, the dollar is rising anyway. You have elections in most of the big economies in Europe coming up. That level of uncertainty always creates demand for the least bad asset in the world, which are U.S. Treasury bonds, all of which would point to a higher dollar. How that translates to our balance of trade and the pressures on individual economies will be difficult to predict, but I'd expect a higher dollar, and you have enough experience to know what that does. Let me say that apart from TPP, though, I think Korea is very well positioned in a bilateral sense with the United States because of KORUS. Now look, KORUS is now approaching its 5 years from entry into force. There's a track record, and there's probably some grumpiness on both sides about the results of KORUS. I think it's a good agreement. It was a good agreement from the beginning. It was a better agreement 10 years ago when it was negotiated than the 5 years after everybody else entered into force and we finally got around to doing it. However, having said that, there are areas for improvement on both sides. And I think your engagement, the government of the Republic of Korea's engagement with the Trump administration ought to be very practical in looking for ways to improve and enhance the agreement. The real problem, frankly, with the U.S.-Korea FTA is both our economy and your economy slowed down pretty dramatically just about the time it entered into force, so we don't have much to show for it. Now, that, for me, is the opportunity. I'd point to Article 22.2 of the U.S.-Korea FTA. It creates a free trade commission. The Free Trade Commission is instructed to meet once a year at minimum and can meet on special occasions basically at the call of the chair. It is a committee chaired by the Korean Minister of Trade and the U.S. Trade Representative. Okay, I would make a practical use of that Free Trade Commission. That is, to my mind, the opportunity that the Republic of Korea has to set a practical, constructive agenda on how to improve the course in the minds of the government of Republic of Korea and in influencing the Trump administration and the U.S. and give them a chance to look for ways to improve it. Specifically, there are some parts of the TPP which represent improvements over course. The digital economy chapter is much more fleshed out. The disciplines on supply chains, which are in 2 or 3 of the chapters, of course. All of those would be something that I think Korea would be easily able to adopt and advance your own systems even ahead of TPP members. So there are things to do, but there are also some problems, some nagging problems that need a solution. So my view is Korea's well positioned. You're unlike the other TPP parties who are kind of left standing at the altar. You actually have an agreement. You have an agreement. You have an article of that agreement that requires top-level communication at least once a year. That top-level communication opportunity is the way to force an agenda. This is exactly what's going on in Latin America with the Pacific Alliance. These are the Pacific-facing economies of Latin America want to build value chains, and they want to do it very practically. They formed the Pacific Alliance, not as a trade negotiation, but as a problem-solving effort. My encouragement is to use the U.S. Korea Free Trade Commission as a tool to manage expectations with the new Trump administration, but also to improve the commercial relationships. There's lots of opportunity to do that, and I'd encourage you to take that up and essentially make an example that can be used in other FTAs as well. So I wish you luck. I know you will succeed. My point of view is the thing I worry least about is the economic success of Korea. 20 years ago, you had a GDP per capita about a third of one of the G7 members, Italy. Today, your GDP per capita is greater than Italy. You know how to do this, and I'm sure you'll do it, even with our new team. Thank you.
Scott, you passed relatively quickly over some of the components of the TPP that might be implicated in a chorus renegotiation if such a thing were to occur. Can you just flesh that out a little bit for us and talk about the types of issues that might be appealing for an incoming Trump administration in terms of either furthering chorus implementation, because we've been in a chorus implementation world over the last 4 or 5 years. Is there something there that we could look to which would be appealing to administration with this kind of economic approach?
I think there would be. First, I think that using the Article 22.2 Commission to deal with the irritants is very important. And there are irritants on both sides. Okay, this happens because life changes. Okay, you construct an agreement, you think it's going to work one way, it works partially that way, but not completely. So, and having a constructive forum in which to deal with the irritants is vitally important. It allows you to confront them and to find constructive solutions with the United States. But also, there's a bigger agenda here because, look, since 2003, the Republic of Korea has had this free trade roadmap. You want free trade with all your partners. You want high-quality agreements. You have KORUS, which is a 2007 high-quality agreement. What you have in TPP, and you've read the text, it's been available online for a year, but look at the digital economy chapter. Now, digital economy has been important because much as steam drove the Industrial Revolution, know-how and the transmittal of know-how drives global value chains. And using the digital economy is very important. So those disciplines, frankly, are probably consistent with what Korea does today.
Anyway.
Adding those disciplines would be great. There are some other things on border measures, on de minimis, on sort of the practical elements of simplifying and reducing transaction costs at the borders, which were pretty carefully negotiated in the customs facilitation and the regulatory cooperation chapters of TPP. Those would be areas of constructive discussion between Korea and the United States as ways to enhance the performance of KORUS already in place. So I think there's first of all, deal with the irritants. Don't let the irritants take over, because, I mean, Carrier was an irritant. You saw what happened there. Okay, but use it as a forward-looking basis. Where do you want to be with your relationship with the United States? How do you want it to be governed in this new age? And what would you do to modernize? For me, that's how I'd set the agenda.
Great, Scott. Thanks very much. Jim, you want to wrap up?
Sure. Well, to start, I think it's helpful to reflect back on how I think the last two administrations have evolved our economic engagement in Asia, because I think many of the elements that have been implemented are elements that the region looks for. That's a larger piece of kind of the strategic reassurance that the United States provides in the region. And I expect those demand signals will be conveyed to the new administration. And so, again, when you look at what I think both the Bush and Obama administrations have done, certainly on a bilateral basis, there was heavy outreach either through bilateral dialogues. The Bush administration had their strategic economic dialogue, later strategic and economic dialogue. In this administration, had the chorus negotiation started, concluded, passed during the Obama administration. You had other bilateral initiatives at varying degrees with almost all the countries in Asia. At a sub-regional level, you've had initiatives like the Lower Mekong Initiative, certainly TPP, and then more broadly, you have an architectural approach which tried to inject and cement economic engagement with other facets of our foreign policy, whether that's through East Asia Summit, APEC, the G20, and all of those, I would add, are elements where the U.S. and Korea have worked very closely. And I think when the new administration is out and engaging the region and hearing from those leaders, they're going to hear that although the new administration is voicing a preference for a bilateral approach, I think there'll be obviously be a positive reception to a bilateral approach, but there's also, I think, going to be pressure and advice given to engage in those regional and multilateral approaches. And I expect that Korea will have many opportunities to do that. Now, when you look at how I think what this means for the bilateral economic relationship, I agree completely with Scott that unlike some of our other partners in Asia, who are going to have to wait and see how the new administration approaches economic engagement, Chorus provides a vehicle to do that, and it exists. And so there is an opportunity here to demonstrate that FTAs work, that the mechanisms that have been built into those can be used to address challenges. And I think the Chorus FTA is probably the perfect agreement for that to happen. It's much different than Singapore, or Australia, or other two FTAs in Asia. And then from the Trump administration, look, if there's a equivalent of a Nixon to China on the trade side, it's really Trump. I mean, yeah. Trump is uniquely positioned to rebuild the consensus on trade in the United States. And when you look at who he's named to his advisory council, you've got CEOs from Boeing, Walt Disney, GM, or you have the former G chairman. You've got business leaders who fully recognize the importance of trade and investment, of free trade agreements. And I think what the new administration is going to quickly find out is that, as Scott said, a lot of the things that inhibit trade these days are not tariffs. They're behind the border, and they're issues, whether it's SOEs or some of these other newer matters like e-commerce. And that's what he's going to hear from the private sector. And I think what we can hope is that, yes, in some cases you might be able to get a better deal bilaterally, but there are a lot of things that you're not going to be able to get unless it's in a multilateral framework. Yeah, let me just stop there because I think a lot of what I had written down has already been stated, and we can go to questions.
Great. Well, I wanted to ask Minister Kim one more question before we open it to the floor, because I don't think it came out quite strongly enough in the discussion, and that's the China-South Korea trade relationship. It seems like there are a lot of cross-cutting pressures here. The groups are more dependent on China for international production networks. This pertains to autos, electronics. The dependence is growing clearly on the China trade. And yet there's a shown willingness on the part of China to use trade relations for political purposes quite subtly, but at the same time, obviously, if you know what I mean. It can be made difficult to do business very, very quickly. One last thing on this. There's also the point that Korea is increasingly exposed to the China trade on the import side, and that's having arguably some adverse effects at the bottom of the income distribution in Korea as it is in the United States. Can you just say a few words about what Korean thinking is with respect to the China relationship on the trade front?
Okay. Well, in global dimension, China not only a very big production base, but also this is a big consumption market. And this is, 2 points valid for Korea too. Well, China is the first export destination for Korean products and services, particularly for two points. Number one is they are using a great deal of Korean parts to finalize any goods made in China. So they are using a great deal of Korean parts and material. And recent phenomenon is they are diminishing import from Korea for the parts and materials to finalize their final products. That's number one. Number two, as a consumption market, still almost more than 50 million Chinese people have, disposable incomes more than $50,000 per year. This is a very big purchasing power. So they are a real potential consumers for good or quality products. And we are aiming at that. So the first point, that's very negative for us. But the second point is a very big blue ocean for Korean business. So there's a pros and cons mixed up. But the way we have to work for is to make the best use of the pros sides for Korean business rather than the negative side. Yes. One thing I would like to add is exchange rate problem. Yes, everybody agree. Chinese yuan is pretty much undervalued. And that means they have to appreciate quite a great deal of their own currency. And that will, once it can be realized, then that will really bring some, a very, visible impact or effect on their, on their export, because that will really heavily touch on their values, in terms of price. So, well, I don't know. Korea alone has no cards to play with China in handling with their own exchange rate problem, but I think U.S. does.
Well, we'll see. It's a perverse result of the election that we're entering a strong dollar period with a president who's very sensitive on protection. We've been there before. We have about 15 minutes. Why don't we open it to the floor? And there's some microphones floating around. If you could identify yourself.
Oh, wait.
Oh. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I'll ask a question. I'm Bill Brown I'm teaching a course on Korean economy at Georgetown and also Chinese economy. And one thing I've been watching really is, the Chinese capital markets are liberalizing, not fast enough, but they are liberalizing. So we're seeing more and more, even the last quarter's data, more and more of an outflow of Chinese portfolio kind of investment. Not their state-owned enterprises, but these are, I'm not going to say they're ordinary people, but more and more Chinese money is being invested outside of China, kind of a reversal of the last 20, 30 years. And a lot of it is coming to the U.S., of course. That's pushing up the dollar. But I'm wondering if you're seeing any of that in Korea, or are you expecting that to happen? Because I can imagine over time a huge potential for Chinese private investment in Korea that could raise the yuan, could do things to Korea that's the world has done to Japan, pushing more and more investment in there. And I'm not sure Korea is ready for that. I mean, I think generally it'd be a good thing, but I'm just wondering if you see that happening, or if you're expecting that more of that to happen.
May I respond?
Sure, please.
Yes. Well, in terms of investment, both outgoing and incoming from China, back and forth, I mean, between Korea and China. Well, China has money, and it moves cross-border, but the biggest destination is, of course, U.S. and European Union. In comparison, Chinese investment to Korea is not really visible as such, while there's a pretty much sizable Korean investment in China. So Chinese investment in Korea compared with that from the United States and European Union, it's not really, I may not say negligible, but it's not really visible. One location their money is coming down to Korea is Jeju Island, and that's pretty much for kind of land developing or some resort area construction, something. So that island, the people living on that island is quite sensitive about their land being now possessed by Chinese people more and more. That much we are paying attention for their investment, but not as a nationwide concern yet.
Just one more to add. Actually, much more serious. Chinese monies are coming a lot, even in our financial sector. So financial institutions are nowadays sold to China. The Korean economy is struggling now, so many financial companies are being closed, and many of those financial companies, particularly like IB banks, are sold to China. And even like when we try to privatize state-owned bank, then we have huge demand from China to purchase those massive scale the state-owned bank. So we have a lot of flood from China in terms of private investment. But maybe next year, around this time of next year, we may have result from Lone Star ISDS dispute. And I'm worrying that depending on the result, the whole social sentiment against the capital from China can be dramatically changed in Korea.
Interesting. Victor.
Thanks. This is for the Korean participants on the panel. Would you be able to give us some idea of how the economic agenda will look for Korea starting from next year? In other words, regardless of what happens in the political crisis in Korea, eventually when a new government comes to power, how different do you think their economic agenda will look from President Park, regardless of whether it is a conservative or a progressive administration, given the growth challenges and all these things? Do you see things that would be different from what we've seen thus far discussed in terms of economic policy?
Well,
you might want to start by just saying a little bit about the extent to which President Park has been able to implement the agenda which she started out with, because many important things didn't get done. Mm-hmm. So there's a leftover agenda as well as how a new party agenda might differ.
Yeah. Well, President Park's catchphrase, for economic development, further economic development was creativity or creative economy. Or I may put in my own sense, knowledge-based economy, something. So rather than, putting more manpower and labor, then, we'd better put our brain and knowledge. And I think that's very good, can go abreast with global new ideas of a fourth industrial revolution. or IT floor, digitalized data, cross-border movement. So that's good direction. The direction was good, but whether that was well implemented and whether any kind of realizations visible we can touch, that's another question. And her power is now being in a question. But I think, well, even though the government is changed and a new leadership come up very soon, well, the direction should be there. Should be there because the global tide is moving already from movement of goods and services to kind of a digital flow, digitalized flow, something. So ICT is a very important area, and as I told you in my presentation, that is an area where we have to cooperate with the United States.
More imminent issue probably is industry restructuring, hinted by your earlier comment. The Korean government has undertaken massive scale industry restructuring for shipbuilding, maritime services, chemical, and many areas, steel industry. But unfortunately, because of the current political debacle, it was not completely stopped, but it was not implemented as originally planned. So we have a huge homework. So next government regime will have to clear this big issue.
Or Stefan,
I think for the energy policies, we have experience with the Bush administration. We've been fully engaged in APPCDC, which is APEC, Asia Pacific Partnership for Clean Development and Climate, and then that initiative was scrapped. And then there's a Clean Energy Ministerial, and we are fully engaged in this Clean Energy Ministerial. Now, we are wondering what will happen to this Clean Energy Ministerial. And Korean government policy for energy under the current administration in Korea has been, geared towards, sustainable development, and climate change. So we actually invested a lot in green technologies and developing carbon market, and all that. But, these are all regarded as cost to the industries. So if there's a shift in policies in the United States, as Mr. Trump pledged in his campaign, probably we may need to change as well. Not overhauling the whole, policies and measures, but maybe slight tilt, towards the the policy direction of the new administration of the United States.
Stefan, well, may I make a follow-up to Scott's mention about kind of joint commission, to have a good implementation of Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. Yes, it is. We have a good stipulations in certain chapter. I think that's the 22nd, as you have mentioned. Right. That's about joint commission at ministerial level. That's a good channel of discussions, a permanent channel of discussion. Wherever there's a kind of grievance, complaints, problems, whatever. So that kind of constant communications between two responsible persons representing both countries will be a good channel to create whatever kind of idea. And one good thing I can present as an example is the first free trade agreement Korea has made was with Chile, and it is now enforced for the last 12 years. We have so many accumulations of communications between two capitals. Something good, something bad. That will be a good basement for balanced assessment, and can be a good base for further kind of let's say upgrading the agreement. And sometimes we can think about the amendment of a certain articles or stipulations, if you can call it amendment, or kind of just changing the way of implementation, even without changing the articles themselves. So whatever would be the name, either negotiation or amendment or implementation or enforcement Upgrading,
Yeah,
deepening.
upgrading.
Whatever.
What is important is having a constant channel of communications.
Right. Professor Jin? Yeah.
I'm Chegang from ASEAN Institute. I have just one quick question. So after seeing the failure of TPP, do you see any possibility to revive the Korea-Japan FTA? Or is there, if so, what would be the area to upgrade or modernize the FTA agreement with Japan? And also, I'd like to have U.S. position on this issue as well.
That's a great place to close.
Yeah, well, Dr. Ahn has a better knowledge on TPP than me, but let me start first of all, and he may correct me or add something. First, from United States perspective, TPP is not only a trade agenda, but this is a strategic approach, to put more importance on Asia as a region and how to deal with China even. It has a good implication on that points too. So I think it is not an easy question, whether to scrap it or not. So TPP is that much important. Again, from the perspective of U.S., all other 10 partners who are on board already, it's not a really big deal. Whoever, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, U.S. has already FTA arrangement with them. The problem is Japan. Well, at Japan, you are experiencing a huge, almost a $70 billion per year deficit. And as a business person's perspective, that's not a small money, $70 billion. Then how to change it, through this kind of institution? That will be a good explanation to the people. If you have a good explanation, we can make a change on that deficit, that big to this small kind of thing, or to narrow it down. That would be a good explanation why we have to keep it as a good trade institution. That's my recommendation, maybe, for your next administration.
Excellent.
For your question, then how Korea look at TPP? Yes, Korea's too. All other members there, we have a certain arrangement in trade. Problem is with Japan, and there's still pros and cons because we are experiencing almost a $30 billion deficit. Deficit is not everything about trade, but that's an important aspect anyhow, to show to the people. So, once we come to a conclusion that this will be safe enough for us to go into a more balanced way of two-way trade, then, why we have to be shy? Thank you.
Now, I would agree. You'd have two potential bilaterals, a Korea-Japan bilateral and a U.S.-Japan bilateral. They both, I think, have merits. A Korea-Japan bilateral, I think if you compared the texts, not the schedules, but the texts of the chorus and what Japan has agreed to in the TPP, there are a great deal of similarities. You could actually probably produce a consolidated text of what both economies agree upon today and simplify the negotiations considerably. You still have to deal with the schedules, but the texts themselves are not all that different. So I think there's room for movement there. And second, the Trump administration has said it prefers bilateral agreements to the large multi-party agreements. That's okay. I will tell you that TPP got in political trouble in the United States for a couple of reasons that a U.S.-Japan FTA would not. The first reason is just complexity. I mean, it's 800 pages long. It reads like your homeowner's insurance policy. Nobody can make sense out of it. Okay? Nobody can see the benefits, and it's easy to criticize. So, and then second, most of the neuralgia around effect on workers in the United States are from the low-wage partners of TPP. It was about Malaysia and Vietnam, but more importantly about a potential for China. That's where the worker concerns were raised. My view is a U.S.-Japan free trade agreement, first of all, could be done on a much simpler basis in the text. And second, it does not have the low-wage neuralgia. I would note that in the United States, for at least the past couple of years, the TTIP, the U.S.-Europe agreement, has drawn much less opposition than TPP. And I think the real difference is not the complexity or the depth of the agreement, but rather the partners themselves. And most Americans perceive Europe as France. They don't think of Europe as Belarus because the wages are lower than Vietnam in parts of Europe. But be that as it may, perception of a partnership or an agreement with another G7 party, I think will be a much more straightforward argument for the American people. So I think at the end of the day, I would consider positively both a Korea-Japan FTA for your own purposes and a U.S.-Japan FTA.
Jim, and then Professor Hahn, I'll give you the last word.
Well, look, I think one of the realities is, all the countries in TPP have fixed negotiating capacity. You still have RCEP negotiations happening, though I think I agree with the previous speakers in saying that, that's not an agreement. That agreement has political, some strategic value, but in terms of facilitating trade investment, I think it's questionable. I think the TPP members are going to be inclined to give the new administration at least a year, maybe a little bit longer. Let's remember it took the Obama administration almost a year to really agree on whether or not it was going to commit to TPP. Obviously, it took much longer to get chorus through Congress. So there's going to be that inevitable period to kind of test the waters, to make the arguments directly to the new president and to his team, and see if there's any kind of head nodding before I think there's consideration of other bilaterals. And I think the new administration will also find out that bilaterals alone will not yield some of the benefits that TPP would have yielded. And so if this is an administration that is all about the deal, there's going to be a quick recognition that you do get some things that in a multilateral environment that you can't get on a bilateral basis. And that'll force a recalculation.
Professor Hahn?
For Japan, TPP is not just another FTA. This is an integral element of Abenomics. So for Japan, they need an anchor to lock in the commitment under the Abenomics. What other alternative can work as a real alternative of TPP? I don't think they can find any feasible alternative. Korea-Japan FTA, in principle, there are many reasons why it can be useful and helpful, but for Japan, this is not an option alternative for TPP. For Korea, although we have many good reasons, economic reasons why we may want to pursue this bilateral FTA, but politically, I don't think we are ready to accept this because of the comfort women issue. Also, recently, we mismanaged several steps with Japan. So probably the only way we can have this bilateral FTA with Japan is under the umbrella of TPP. Not even CJK FTA is not a very feasible in the foreseeable future.
Excellent. Well, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Your first question to the panel was what you call RCEP. And well, from my own experience, I may say two things. Number one is whatever would be the group of trading nations, here and there, my experience is whether in that group U.S. is there or not has made a big difference. In any group where U.S. can exercise their leadership, well, some way they can bother through any barriers, make progress inch by inch. Although the economies are very difficult. But in other cases, if U.S. is not get on board, then that group like RCEP, is without U.S. presence, then really things are difficult to make any progress as such.
Right.
So that's number one. And if you look at the membership of RCEP so far, there are so heterogeneous elements there. We have China, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand. So commonality is really little there. People say ASEAN centrality, but I can hardly believe whether ASEAN countries, although they are 10 countries of them, but whether they can really exercise leadership to lead the world trade agenda. And China,
Can
again.
I just one last comment? I think Dr. Cham has mentioned this morning I think this afternoon, this morning, that he identified immigration and alliance as the source of American power, right? I think the Korean, I thought about what is the source of Korean strength. I think Korean strength is a flexibility, you know. We are very flexible in many ways. And I think TPP, the immigration and alliance, if I interpret as an economist, is called demand. You know, they create demand, you know, continuously, you know, and that makes United States very strong, you know, compared to UK, you know. And also flexibility is a very, very important element. I think TPP, I'm a stranger in TPP area, but I think I heard all day long, and I think there are two words. You know, TPP should be able to create more demand, and it should be very flexible. So from energy economist point of view, I think
Great. Well, thanks very much for sticking to the end. I just close with one note of policy concern that some of us have. I don't think the issue is whether RCEP is an alternative agreement that would be deeper or more significant than the TPP. It's the fact that the field gets ceded to China with respect to the RCEP. And if you looked at President Xi's comments at the APEC meeting, it was saying basically, we're here.
Come on down.
You know, we're here. And I don't think that we're here means something narrow like the RCEP. It means a whole broad set of bilateral arrangements, the AIIB, and other ways in which China will start setting agendas with countries that doubt the American presence. So that's something that we're very much concerned about here. Thanks very much for staying to the end. Victor, I think I'm turning it over to you. Is that correct? For the, yeah, that's great. Yeah,
thank you, Steph. So we're going to close with some closing comments from President Lee.
Thank you.
Would you like to come up to the stage and offer some closing comments?
Okay. To save time.
Okay.
Well, I don't need to be very official to close at this late hour of the day. Well, I thought I would say just thank you if I would be given a chance to say a few words. But after a long days of discussions, I am really impressed. So I shouldn't miss this opportunity to say a few words. And first of all, I would say today's sessions were very successful. I don't know how you assess today's forum. I'm sure that I can say it was very successful. First of all, I'm very, very proud that we could include very, very good panelists, first of all, from both sides, not at the level of their positions they had or they have, but in terms of the comprehensiveness of their specialty, from alliance to energy, from alliance to trade, TPP. So I'm very satisfied with the composition of our panels. And secondly, audience, well, unfortunately, some left earlier, but I believe we did have really good volume and quality of audiences, and I could recognize that through the good questions followed by answers. And third, punctuality. It was really, I've never seen this efficient and effective time using. And there was only one exception that Dr. Kim started a little earlier for the second round of sessions. So, it was very well balanced and very well used time of each session. And fourthly, the timeliness of this forum. At the outset, I said why we picked up this timing of the year. but it worked even better than Victor and I expected. I believe most of Korean participants expressed the Korean concerns and interest to the audience. Somehow, I would expect those messages would be delivered to the transition team or to the U.S. audiences. So all in all, these elements, as I mentioned, made today's discussions really substantive and substantial. So now I'm a bit anxious to have next round sometime, either in Seoul or here again. Actually, this is a paper which is prepared by my colleague for the use of official closing remarks. So I used it for drafting my opening remarks. I didn't mean to use it, but for the record, I think it was really well written, even in advance of today's forum. I don't know how they could see today's forum even before they witnessed it. So let me read out prepared text for the record of our forum, briefly, the main body of this forum. On behalf of the Korea Foundation, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for your passionate participation, really passionate participation and insightful discussions during the sessions and for making this forum a real success. I'm delighted to be in the presence of such distinguished company. Well, I can hardly meet them when I am in Seoul. So I not only from Korea, but from the US side also. It is really honor for me as personally, and as well as the head of Korea Foundation, and to be part of this forum to broaden our understanding and to share ways to strengthen the bilateral cooperation. It was a very productive and timely opportunity, allowing us to aggregate our collective wisdom and find new ways to expand the horizon of the U.S. ROK alliance, which is steadfast and strong, quote unquote, as the U.S. President-elect Donald Trump assured during his telephone call with President Park Geun-hye. Well, I am also very pleased to say that we have learned much from the discussions and have laid a solid foundation on which to further our work. So the most important part is this. Last but not least, let me take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the CSIS and Dr. Victor Cha again. This forum would not have been possible without the cooperation of Dr. Victor Cha, the CSIS, and its staff members. Special thanks to the CSIS and to the participants from Seoul and from the United States. Thank you very much. See you next year, hopefully.
Thank you, President Lee. So this concludes today's event. I too want to thank all of our speakers. I know many of you came from Seoul and from California and from Denver and from Hawaii. You came from all over to join us, even from Washington, D.C. It is a very important time, and there's still much to be done. So I'm sure our paths will cross again in Washington or in Seoul. And so we need to continue the good work of keeping the alliance strong. I would like to also especially thank both the staff of the Korea Foundation and my staff at CSIS for all the work that they put in to make this happen. If you could all, you're all standing, so if you could all be recognized, that'd be great. As well as the CSIS support staff, our AV people, our caterers and everything. It's taken a lot of work to make this come together. So thank you all very much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.